Hello, welcome back. Well, today it's all about me trying to do the completion of the first draft, which means I can then start putting it out to people so they can have a look at it and put it up onto Patreon. So that's what today is all about. It also means I'm hoping that I'll be able to put out a draft and a project brief to my brother, who will be doing the artwork. Because we had a discussion about him making books for me. So this is one of those projects. I'm going to put up a poll and make sure you've got some food, some drink. I'm going to be here for a while. I'll be taking a break every hour. And when it's done, it's done. And that's really my approach for today. I think I can make it happen. But then I've said this many times, have I not? I've said this more than a few times. Anyway. Make sure you're comfortable and we'll get started, eh? Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller and today I will be talking about role-playing games because that's what I do on this channel. But today's all about drafting mazes and monstrosities. Now, you might be thinking, Fred, why didn't you just call it Mazes and Monsters? Well, because there's already a book out called Mazes and Monsters. There's already a movie out called Mazes and Monsters. And although the alliteration is probably easier, just copyright. And also, too, it's not necessarily intended to be the final name of the game. It might, but it might not. That's why I put a poll up to ask you what you thought. How's it going, Fred Hubber? How are you? How's it going, Nature Man? So for those of you who are parents, my intention is to try to make this in such a way that you can play it with your kids. That means your 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds. Okay? But it also potentially could be opened up and played with an older generation if they decide to import something a little bit more, less sort of nebulous and a bit more fixed and nailed down. That's what the intention is behind all of this. So normally I go over all of my project brief and what I'm trying to achieve. And so I thought I would do that again very quickly, and then we're going to get straight into it because we are right in it already. So it doesn't make any difference at this point as far as I'm concerned. So this is the project brief. The project brief is designed for myself and also one other individual, which will be my brother. I'll put his name in shortly. And I've put the creation date as the 13th. Well, I will slightly adjust that. And it has basically my goals here, followed by what I wanted to retain or keep. And then also, and I may need to expand this. And then I had sort of some terminology alternatives because I may wind up using the original terminology, such as ability score or armor class, or I may wind up changing it to something else, just to avoid copyright issues or trademark. Although I do suspect that a lot of trademark and copyright issues only extend within the borders of North America, because copyright law and trademark law is really complicated when you start dealing with the entire world. So it's one of the, and I don't know much about that, but my brother does know a lot about that sort of stuff because he's had to make books in the past. So that's sort of where my head was at with regard to that. Now this is the document that will be the rule set. I've got to put a table of contents in today, and I may be jittering or adjusting a few things. It is probably at this point, I think it's 16 pages. So it's probably going to wind up expanding out to 17 or 18 pages with a contents page and with a terminology glossary. And that would be probably about it. I will more than likely not put an index in there if the contents page can do what an index can do. If the contents page can't do what an index would need to do, then I will have to include an index as well, and that will mean it will push out the page number to about 19, I think, at this stage. So that's where my head was at with all of that. So I'm going to go over my design goals really quickly first. And I sort of wanted to update a couple of things as well, but here we go. So first off, design a tabletop role-playing game that anyone can play, including a 5-year-old child. Somebody completely new would certainly be part of that. And I also want people who have, played many different versions of any kind of game, or D&D in particular, to be able to play this and feel like they can make it their own, right? That there's enough room and space that they can tack in what they want. So new and inexperienced are on my radar. I don't know how achievable that is. I know a lot of people will probably want a complete system rather than a system that encourages you to build your own stuff into it. Create a tabletop role-playing game very similar to all versions of Dungeons & Dragons. Not really possible. I think that's not really achievable. I said particularly 5e, but I would say at its essence, it's just D&D or basic D&D. At its essence. But a lot of the approaches to things are certainly revolving around something like 5e, because that's what a lot of people are playing right now. And I mean, if you look at 5e and basic, they're not that dissimilar at its root. Strip the Dungeons & Dragons rules back to their basic engine, which I have done. I have stripped away as much as I can and allow a more narrative roleplay, making the game system so you can have optional rules added easily. I feel like that is going to be achievable now. The final game rules will allow for 3 engines, which is basic, this is what it is supposed to be, the basic, a standard, and then an advanced. Avoid breaching copyright using the OGL 1.0a standard. I don't want to use the SRD 5.1 or even the 3.5 SRD. I don't want to use Creative Commons version 4 that they put out either. I want it to be its own thing so that there's nothing that can get messed up with whatsoever. I don't want to have any of that come up. Many of the names and terms will be changed in the future drafts. So what you see here, you may see terminology change eventually. And the general rules need to be consistent and there's no exceptions. And there's one other thing that I need to add in here. The rule system needs to be free. It needs to be free. If it's not free, there's no point in doing this. So the basic rule system needs to be completely free. You need to be able to get it without having to pay anything. Okay, so that was sort of where my head was at with all of that. Okay, let's jump back over to the screen, and I will grab my phone, make sure that it's doing its thing, and it's doing buzzing noises. What is this? It's because people are chucking in little things here. All right, that's nice to know. I don't have time for that. I'm busy right now. And press that one, this button, that button there, and there it is. Okay, no sound. Thank you. Good. Come on. Come to life. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm ready. Let's get started. There's a couple of other people here. Prepare, Cook and Survive. Hello, how are you doing? Pale Rider. I like the name, but how about mazes and massacres? Probably not. Yeah, that might not be kid friendly. Again, I don't think that mazes and monstrosities is necessarily kid friendly. Do you know what I mean? And to be fair, the real name that I want to call it is I don't think it either comes up as being too adult or too childish. I don't think it will fall into that realm whatsoever. But I will have a discussion with my brother more about that when I decide what the final name will be. But I have picked it out if you're wondering. Okay, I just didn't want to reveal it. What else we got here? Little Johnny better roll a good saving throw or your character dies. Now suck up those tears. Now so look, death in the game, I've listed 3 options. You're either dead at 0 hit points, you're either unconscious, okay, or you're dying. So you pick one of those 3. And so for young kids, you won't be killing off their character. Kids don't deal well with death. So why would you do that to them, unless you've got some issues of your own? Anyway, okay. So this is project brief. I need to put in here artwork. Or should I say artwork or illustration? What do you think? Oh, Sam will just love it if I write the word art director. Art director by Samuel Wheeler. So that is Samuel Wheeler is my brother. Okay, and did I get his name right? I think I got it wrong. That's Samuel. I think it's an E. Pretty sure. I never call him Samuel. I always call him Sam. So it's a bit of a jump to be putting Samuel in here. He's probably going to change it. He'd probably say, nah, I'm not calling myself Samuel. And then what was the other thing that I need to do here? Oh, he'll add all the other stuff. I'm sure he'll add everything else that needs to go into there, so I won't worry about that. And we'll go here, we'll go copy, and we'll drop it into the other one over here. Oh, I've got a dice giveaway. Today is the last day for the dice giveaway, by the way, people. If you haven't signed up or joined onto it, you probably should. Oh, actually, I should promote it now, should I not? Before I get started, because I will forget. I won't go back to it more than likely. Otherwise, there's a good chance I could easily forget today. So let's just make sure I at least put it into the chat one more time, because I'm not putting it on the community tab anymore. And you can have it right there. Paste it. There you go. So if you haven't joined, if you haven't confirmed your email address, you need to do it. Okay. If you don't confirm, then none of that other stuff really matters. You've got to do that. Okay. Okay. Where am I? Brief. And back we are. All right. Cool. Lovely. So I'll change the date, because today is the date now, April the 21st. I'm going to be painting miniatures in about 2 weeks with my brother. I'm going on holiday again. Every 4 months I go on holiday, otherwise I completely explode. So it has to happen again. Right, contents page. And that's the project brief. I've got that down. I'll put some numbers in here in a second. I don't think we're going to put numbers in here at all, because that's not going to make any sense if I do it that way. What have you got here, people? Sorry I haven't been in the live streams lately. Started a new job, so I don't have as much free time as I used to. Not a problem, Nacho man. It's not an issue at all. Man, hope it's going well, what you're doing now. So I'm going to put this up onto Patreon when it's done. It will not require you to be a patron. You will be able to download it, peruse it, critique it, okay? Be gentle, but be honest, okay? That's my advice. Be gentle, but be honest. Introduction. Okay, let's do this. I think I wanted to say at least one thing at the very beginning of this, which apparently you kind of do with a role-playing game, which I don't know necessarily that's... Okay. The intention of mazes and monstrosities is to provide a fun role-playing experience for everyone with minimal rules. That's really the intention. Okay. You can play in a fantasy, science fiction, or a combination of worlds. Okay, you can play in a fantasy, science fiction, or combination of worlds. Was there anything else I wanted to put in here? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Nacho's your security now. Security managing a company. Ah. You're running a heist campaign. Well, the reason you're running a heist campaign, right, is because you know a lot about security, I'm sure. You can play in, let's say, any world. Any world that is fantasy, science fiction, or a combination. I think that'll do. It's not the best sentence. My brother's much better at this sort of stuff than I am. Always has been. A lot of stress that I don't envy. Yeah. It sounds like you've got a lot of stress going on there as well. I can believe that. Right. Placeholder. I think that I put that in there. Did I enter in a comment on terminology? I don't know if I did. Do I need to put that in there? Maybe I don't, because that's in the brief. I might take this out of here. Did I have it in the brief? Yes, I did. It's in the brief. So let's get rid of this. We don't need that to be there anymore. And that can go up. Okay, so first page, chapter 1. So I had a few issues with how I was going to do this. I didn't know how to solve a lot of those problems initially, but fortunately I've come across a role-playing game which actually made it really easy. I was really worried about things like races or species, classes, or character path, or whatever you want to call it, backgrounds, if you were going to have using backgrounds, which I kind of like the idea of using a background. Those were all things I was really worried about. And then I realized there was a solution because somebody else had already done it before, and I thought, well, like anybody can handle that. You know, it doesn't matter at that point. So I'll explain and show you what I've done. It's really just a couple of extra lines. It's no real complexity, and I also realized that I needed to make sure when I was dealing with the character creation that if you were going to create a character, you needed to have almost everything you needed to know on one page. Like, it couldn't be scattered around everywhere, which is one of the hassles with any kind of role-playing game, is you have to look up this page and that page. Page referencing was another thing. I thought that was a really good idea that Kelsey had done in her Shadow Dark game. Like, she's got page references like everywhere, so you can actually navigate through the document really easily, which is like fantastic. Chapter 1, Introduction. So introduction, that's not introduction. Try again, Fred. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Chapter, yeah, okay. So do we want a bullet point and then go down? Yeah, I suppose we could. Bullet point might be better. Formatting is another thing. Is like if I don't have my formatting looking reasonable, it's going to be hard to navigate to. And I was aware of that when I was looking at it. How to play a character. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. How to play a character. How to play character. What do you got here? The international criminal. So I might just have a job for you, Nacho. Oh, really? You're going to do a ram raid? Really? An owl bear ram raid. Nice. What the Game Master does. Okay, let's do that one. What the Game Master does. Do I need to do does? I guess it's does. I guess it'll be capital. Who knows at this point? Okay, so that is that one. This is Now, where am I? Okay, so Fred, I need to make sure that I allow myself sufficient space and put my pages out in such a way that it's going to work. So let's spread this out. Page 1, because it's probably a good idea if I actually put the page numbers in as I go. Should have thought about that. This is the problem when you don't actually do this as a job and make books for a living. Okay, this isn't going to work, so I need to make sure that this is... Well, I'll have to put the page numbers in last, because it's going to move around. As soon as I start typing stuff in, it's going to move around. Okay, all right. I want to make a drinking role-playing game for adults called Drunks and Dragons. Drunkards and Dragons? Drunkards and Dragons. All Drunks and Dragons? Well, maybe you have an opportunity. You can use the engine for this and just call it Drunkens and Dragons and add in your bits and pieces. Add in your drinking games. Dear. Okay, so method of play. Yes, method of play, sample of play. Method of play, sample of play. Method of play and sample of play. Okay, so that's that. What is after this? Sample of play, and then polyhedral dice, and then we go into chapter 2. Okay, character creation. All right. Polyhedral dice. Okay, sweet. Chapter 2. That's character creation. Okay, next let's do a bullet point. And we'll start plopping that into there. Drinking games for kids. No, for adults. Yeah, for adults. It's not drinking games for kids. No. So you're probably looking at this and thinking, so Fred, you've gone and made a kids game. And actually, kind of yes, but also no. Because if you've been following me, you know that I've actually done a few things that allow you to put all your own stuff in there. So it could be as adult, or you could transpose pretty much anything you wanted to. Character creation. Now I've just got here, this is not going to work. I can just see it almost immediately that it's going to be a problem. What I need to do is I need to process outlined below for the game. Process outlined below is for creating a character for the game. Okay. Character creation process. I think that's what I need to go. Let's put that here, so that we actually get that. And then I had rearranged this, so I've now rearranged it to this order. It's going select or determine character level, then the 6 ability scores, determining your ability modifiers. I did straight after that, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe I need to put that somewhere else, because I don't know. I feel like the math needs to be last. Like doing all the math might be better to be done completed last. What do people think? I started to sort of tail end load all of the mathematics side of stuff, which is, if you've got kids, you're going to have to do this for them. Do you know what I mean? At least you'll only have to do it once. You won't have to keep doing it. Once you've done it, you've done it. Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of at the present time. Like, that would be the one thing. Oh, there's one other thing I needed to add in here too. I'd forgotten. I think maybe I should just tail end load all the mathematics. Do you want a bunch of youngsters getting sick on What, living room? Oh, no, God. No. Cut it out, guys. Cut it out. I know you're having a good old joke, laugh there. Leave the kids out of it, okay? Leave the kids out of it. You do your drinking without them. Stop it. So I think I'll move all the mathematics to the end, apart from the ability scores. So cut this. You really need to do this before everything else. So I'll paste that there. I guess the next thing here, amongst the different things that we need to do, is I need to make sure I have included determining your attack bonuses, because I didn't put that in there as a sort of the character process and like how you would. Okay, all right, let's do that. How's it going, brother? Yeah, Tom Hanks won't be in it. How's it going, Dungeons and Chronics? How are you? Yeah. Tom. So you got the joke. So you when you saw the title Mazes and Monstrosities, you got the joke. Okay, good. I'm glad you got the joke. The truth of the matter is, I'd be very tempted to call it Mazes and Monsters if I thought I could get away with it. Okay, so determine or calculate. I might say calculate. Calculate, because that's what you are having to do, is calculate. And probably hit points is a calculation as well. That's determine, but that's a calculation because there's a formula, even though you've only got two numbers to really add together. Calculate. And that would be calculate armor class. There's a formula for that. So I decided that all the formulas for calculating stuff for your character needed to be on the same page. So I've put them in the one place. You still go to that entry and you'll still see the formula there, but I put them in the same place because I don't really want you to have to. If you're just dealing with a kid on one page, you should be able to just work through that one page and you're pretty much sussed with them. And that's it. Step by step, and then you're done. And then you do all your math for them. Okay? And if you're an adult, you won't need to worry about having the step-by-step process because you probably won't need to worry about that. Somebody new, it should also find it reasonably easy too. Calculate attack modifier or bonus. What are we going to call it? I think I said bonus, but what do we got here? I was thinking I was between 8 and 10 when I played the solo adventure in the red box. So Pale Rider, I'm curious. Since you played, I don't know if you remember that far back, okay? But what are the key things I need to remember with a new player? I mean, I've been teaching people who are new for a long time. I have run games for kids before. What are the things that you think need to be here? What do I need to ensure that we are doing so it's going to work? Do you know what I mean? This is the time to say it. This is time to spit it out. Okay, let me just rock on down. So calculate attack bonus. Calculate spell attack. I think that's going to be weapon attack. Sorry, weapon and unarmed strike, blow, strike. I'll just put strike for now. I'm going to shift it out anyway at some point. It was a great tutorial. Well, that's good to know. No, I never played basic D&D. I never had the original red box. So I was never sort of able to play that. I mean, I know there are a couple of people apparently were able to get it while they were in New Zealand, but I actually didn't find it very easy to find any of this stuff, and yeah, it was not something that I really had much to do with. I kind of fell into it later on in life. A small solo adventure that teaches you how to play as you go was very helpful to me. So maybe that's something I need to write later on in the future. I mean, essentially that's what she says. I don't want to make that part of the basic game because I just want to get it out. I just want to get it done. And then, okay, so, and we also need to calculate damage for attacks. Whoopsies. Okay, and bracket. And then I need to have a formula in here. So what does my order look like? It's character level, ability scores, character background or origin, character class or hero class or career path, then your species or race, then create, select or buy equipment, create, select magic powers, superpowers or spells if you've got them, and then it's all of the maths after that, and the ability modifiers are the first thing we go to, and then all of the numbers that you would need to have. So how many different numbered boxes are we looking at having? We have ability scores, there's 6, another 6 for the modifiers, another 6 for the saving throws. The saving throws are probably going to be exactly the same as the ability modifiers with a basic game. You're probably not going to have any other number to use, but they will be referred to as something else. So you still have that box, but it's essentially the same name. Number. You would just transfer it over. Okay, unless you decided to add in something like a proficiency bonus, which you wouldn't do if you're playing with young kids. The more numbers you have to add together, the more difficult it is. It's best if you only have to deal with numbers that are already set. You calculate it for it, you put it into a box, right? So that's a total of 18 boxes with numbers in it. Then another box for your hit points, another box for your armor class, another box for, I don't know how many attacks you might, different types of weapon attacks you might have, but let's say one more box for that. If you've got spells, you'd have another one, but they're not necessarily going to be casting spells, so you may not have that. Then your damage. So you've got about 22 boxes with numbers in it. I just realised. That's actually quite a lot of boxes. It's not attack, is it? Spell, ability, bonus. Because I have included something for that. So spell, ability, bonus. There we go. That's that. That's that. All right. So I just need to enter on that little piece there, and it should be good. What's this? I still have it, but I'm keeping that one. Sorry. No, Dutch, you don't have to send it to me. Don't worry about that. It's not necessary. And then the group adventure helped the DM learn how to DM as well. I'll try to get a PDF of the red box. So you don't need to, because the original starter box for Dungeons and Dragons 4E, I'm pretty sure it included a solo adventure. Okay, it included a solo adventure. So I have an example of one physically here at home. But also the Pathfinder role-playing game, first edition, I've got that box set as well. And I'm pretty sure it has a solo adventure in it as well. So, yeah, it's all right. I do have examples of solo adventures. You don't need to worry quite so much about that sort of thing. Okay, so you've got the red box stuff. Red to gold, but not the actual boxes. Okay. For solo adventures, I suppose. I think the key thing I got to remember is the Fighting Fantasy books are still copyright. Somebody owns the copyright for them, so I probably can't base anything off that. I would have to write my own thing. Do you know what I mean? Also, in that solo adventure, they hooked you with Bargle. Yeah, I know the story around Bargle. Yeah, talk about giving you an NPC that you get attached to, and finally they wind up in a lot of trouble. You have the basic to expert plus a handful of modules. No boxes either. Well, that kind of happens. You kind of lose the boxes over time. They take up space, don't they? What's that, Fred? Red box adventure, better than the 4E. Yes, I would imagine it is. Okay, I think your point is that whatever you do with a solo adventure, you want to grab them by giving them an NPC they can interact with that they like. Correct? I get it. I understand. I know what you're trying to say here. Okay, let me just keep going. I've got the character level stuff sorted. It's in the right place. The generating ability scores. I have a variant for doing that as well. Creating or selecting a background or origin. The class. What do people think? What should go first? Should the class? Should it be? I feel like background should always be the first thing you put down. So here's an example of what I've done with backgrounds. I decided that a single word as a descriptor was good enough for a 5-year-old or a completely new person, and that anything else was extra that you could deal with. So what I did is I just wrote down some words that tell you everything. So if you've got a 5-year-old or somebody completely new, and you say you need to come up with a background, what sort of background do you want? And you can say, I want to be an athlete. Well, we know what an athlete is. You don't have to say anything more. Just that single word does everything. And an entertainer, it's pretty obvious what an entertainer is. It covers a lot of different things. I could even add in here musician. Musician. That is not musician, Fred. That is not the word musician. I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's not musician. Musician? Oh, musician. Oh God, all right. I'm feeling it. It's the end of the week. So musician, an outlaw, you kind of know what the word outlaw tells you everything. The word farmer is really clear what it is. Fisherman, you know what a fisherman is. A hermit, you kind of know what a hermit is. Maybe a 5-year-old wouldn't know that. A noble, actually, I'm going to put here a lord. Maybe I just going to put down the word lord. What's easier to understand, noble or lord? I think I'm going to put down here a lord. A sailor, a soldier, an urchin. If anybody else can come up with some single words to describe a background without having to put too much into it, you let me know. But I figured that it's rudimentary, a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, the really young age group could deal with it, and a completely new person could figure out, all I need to do is write down one word that describes my background, and I'm done. So that's how I sort of solve the problem of adding in too much complexity. There's still room for you to build out the backgrounds with other things like, tool training and skill training and knowledges and competency and languages and stuff like that. That's all still in equipment. You can still do that sort of thing, but for a 5-year-old, they probably won't care. And for somebody who's new, they probably don't need that level of complexity anyway. Sellsword, tell me, has anybody ever said the word sellsword to a 5-year-old? The problem with sellsword Dungeons and Chronics is you'll notice that almost everything here that I've written down is not a superhero. It's not a hero. Athletes aren't necessarily heroes. It's just an athlete. Do you know what I mean? An entertainer is not a hero. A magician is not a hero. An outlaw is definitely not a hero. Most of them are really low. I mean, I would say the outlaw and the athlete and the soldier are probably the only ones that kind of give you the impression that they've done a bit more. But the idea is you don't become a superhero with your background. You are just a piddly little person or a piddly little individual within your world, you started off with very little. Do you know what I mean? One of the problems, I think, with backgrounds in 5e is they include skill proficiencies, and you shouldn't be doing that. You should be giving people tool proficiencies, not skill proficiencies. They should not have skill proficiencies. They should be having tool proficiencies, because really the skills in 5e are your superpowers. So much of the system is built off that in the first place. So yeah, so sellsword is you're already a hero. You're already playing, you've already gone beyond just your background. You've kind of gone somewhere else. So I think that makes more sense. So I'm going to leave that one out. I'm still, like I said, I'm still unsure if I want to leave in outlaw or entertainer or soldier, because that kind of suggests that you've seen a lot of action. Do you know what I mean? Whereas an athlete may have done a lot of training, but they've never seen any real action, because all they did was throw shit around. Do you know what I mean? That's all they ever did. An influencer. That's my 9-year-old wants to be FML. No, I'm not putting down influencer. Do you need a background to start? No, you could leave it out. You could leave out a background. But the background, one of the things I realized when Kelsey was doing her backgrounds in Shadow Dark, is all she was using was a single word and a little line of descriptor. That was it. It was like one sentence, and that was the background. It was fluff. And the background should really be fluff, I think, particularly if you're looking at a very narrative, streamlined, back to basics sort of thing. So all it is it's kind of like the old Dungeons and Dragons title. Do people remember the titles you could get in your classes? This is just what you are before you have a level. The background should be, the background represents what you are when you are at 0 level, I guess. Does that make sense? That's why I put background in. And I left it because I like the idea of it working that way. But I want it to be simple too. I usually figure out my background after playing the character a bit and how I was playing them. Then I pick a background first. I was almost always changing it as a kid. So I don't think that's a problem. My approach to playing the game is, if you select something and you don't like it, the only thing you don't change is your gear, your money, and your name. Everything else you can change. And I don't think that's a problem. If you have somebody starting out new, or you're a kid and you select a background and you don't like it, all you got to do is change out that one word and it's done. Particularly if you're dealing with a 5-year-old or somebody completely new and all they did is write down one word. That's my background. That's all I need. So that's why I put it first, because it's the first thing that you should be thinking about. Where did I actually start, right? And I'm thinking maybe it should not be class. I'm actually thinking I should put species or race next. I really want to shift this section here, species and race next, and then do class. Because you're not necessarily going to have, you may or may not build in the requirement, or build in bonuses, stat bonuses for this thing. So, okay. What I should do is I should do a poll. I should ask people how they feel about it, and then I should make a decision based off that. That's what I should do, right? And of course, there's no guarantee that I'll listen to the poll, because that tends to happen with me. So let's do a new poll. Let's do a new poll. I'll ask you, there's a couple of you here. You can put in your feedback. It gives me time to sort of decide what I'm going to do with this or not. But I feel like background, race, class is a good way to go. And there's nothing wrong with changing stuff. I don't have a problem with you guys changing stuff. It's just your game master. How do they feel about that? Let's put in a poll. Let's go here. Okay, what order do you think a character should be built? Okay, I'm going to put this. And we're going to put in a couple of different options here. So we're going to go background. I'll do the one that I think it is. Background, race, class. I think that's the order we should go with. But it could be race, class, oops, race, class, whoopsies, race, class, what's that, background. I think that's what it currently is in 5e. It's like you go race, class, background. Is it not something like that? I'm pretty sure it is. Just have a quick look. Sorry, I know. Race first always. I still think background should be the first one myself, but I'm going to get you guys to respond in a second. Let me just find the 5e builder, because the 5e builder will be different to other things. So they go race, class, and then what do they do? They do a lot of the maths. There's maths everywhere, followed by, do they even have background in there? Do they actually state background? Race, class, nothing, 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 nothing. They don't even mention it. Oh no, background is after. So, okay, so that's the 5e approach. Let me put in another one. Let's go back, no, let's go class, race, background. Have I got that different to the last one? Okay, and fourth option, race, background, class. Okay, race, background, class. Well, you got to try to remember, forget about the conventions of 5e, because it's not like you're dealing with the same sort of mathematics that you did in 5e. Do you know what I mean? Race, background, class. All right, let's put this in here. To a large extent, I think ultimately what probably should be last is, or near the end, is probably the class. But we'll find out how people. Ultimately, I think the class should be near the end in some respect. I don't think that's the first thing you necessarily pick up. But that's just where my head was going with all of this. Anyway, let's go back to this document and continue. Right. Okay, so what I've done here with the selecting or creating or selecting a species or race, whatever the heck you want to call it, I don't care. Okay, I just put down some examples. Dwarf, elf, gnome, human, orc, goblin, centaur, fairy, minotaur, robot. 5-year-olds, somebody completely new to the game, will understand what those mean. They'll figure that one out. With regard to creating or selecting a class, I just put down some really quick basic examples. I've put down barbarian, cleric, although I still think the word priest might be more useful, but I put down cleric. I will put down priest. No, I don't want to put down that. I'll leave it for cleric. Druid, fighter. I put martial artist because I feel like martial artist is better than monk. Monk does not really. I don't really feel like it tells you. Martial artist is very hard for a 5-year-old to understand. But a 5-year-old understands what a ninja is. And they know what a samurai is. Samurais and ninjas, they understand. Warrior, I just put down warrior. I couldn't think of anything else. Paladin, we kind of know what a paladin is. Ranger, there you go. That's Aragon. Spy, I put down spy rather than rogue, people. I put sorcerer, witch, warlock. Warlock is just basically a male witch, if you ask me. But warlock in 5e is something else, right? And then wizard. So if there was something else that I need to add in there, you're gonna let me know. And then you guys are gonna vote on that. And I'll come back to this since it's kind of clear that I need to arrange that a little bit. So next one, chapter 3 is abilities, and I need to make sure I do this. So I did ability scores, modifiers, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Okay, so that shouldn't be too hard to line up in my next bit. Let's go down here. I'll add that in there. So I'm doing chapter 2 once I know how it should be lined up. let's go here. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Abilities. Did I have it? Is it abilities? I'm pretty sure it's abilities. Did I write down abilities? I can't remember. Let me just put this in. So this is ability scores, ability modifiers, next was strength, dexterity, what was the next one? Intelligence, wisdom, charisma. So those of you who've got young kids, tell me if you think that getting them to come up with one name or one word to describe their background, their race or species and their class is beyond them. I'm pretty sure they can handle that. It would be a very sort of streamlined approach to the whole process. But I think that a 5-year-old can do that, which means if they can do it, then a new person can handle it easy peasies. Okay, Fred is back. All right, what do we got here? Background equals fledgling adventurer. No fledgling adventurer is a background. Forget about that. It's not going to. Cook. In that case, a cook. A cook is a good idea. Who put down cook? Dungeons and Chronics. Absolutely. Because a cook is a nobody, right? As a cook being a nobody means that we can definitely put that in as a background. Let me find this little sucker. Right, so I need to move this page as well. That's not going to... New page. Okay. Fine. And then down here, let's go to... where is it? Backgrounds. Cook. Let's add in cook. That's what I'm meaning by a background. Like somebody who doesn't actually have the ability to fight and battle monsters. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Race first, always, you reckon? Race, background, and the class. Okay. I feel race should be first because different races have different backgrounds available, maybe. I don't want to do that. So that's not that you could do that in your own game, but I wouldn't do that. I would never put say you can only. It's like the old advanced Dungeons and Dragons where you could only play to a certain level with a certain class, and one of the classes was elf. You know, you could. I'm pretty sure it was. There's a few that were actually titled the actual species. And so if you wanted to play them, you could only play to a certain level, or you could only get access to certain things if you were playing something. And that's not really what I'm trying to do with this. I'm really not trying to put restrictions into something that's supposed to be narrative. It's none of my business what people do with it after that. Do you know what I mean? Okay. JP, hello. The original race, class, and background chronology makes sense. Race should influence your class. So JP, the reason why I've not done that is because that's what 5e does, and I don't think that race necessarily needs to influence your class. Again, people, I'm not trying to impose restrictions on something where a 5-year-old will not understand a whole lot of restrictions. So to make it really clear, let's go back to brief. Let's go back to my brief. If I'm trying to get a 5-year-old child to be able to play this, a completely new person to play this, the last thing I want to do is stick in restrictions. Okay? A lot of character creation restrictions does not make the game easier. And I'm trying to make it easy. No, I'm not, and I'm not going down the bandwagon of being politically correct, because I'm not politically correct. I don't really do that. I'm not a politically correct person, and JP, you know this, and everybody else, you know, I'm not politically correct. I'm not a PC person, but you cannot make a system that's supposed to be simple and impose a whole lot of restrictions. So forget about that. Just let it go. For what we're trying to do here, you got to let it go. Okay. Background should influence your class. Your class should influence your background. No, your class should not influence your background. Your background might affect your class, but it actually may not have anything to do with it. Is it possible that a cook who's only ever cooked and prepared meals in a kitchen decides to one day go out and be a barbarian? Does that mean that in a barbaric tribal environment that you don't have people who just cooked food, but then one day they decided they wanted to be a warrior, and they were a barbaric warrior? Do you know what I mean? A barbarian. Is that off the cards for them? So, is it because you're a farmer? Can a farmer not be anything potentially? So I would leave all of those assumptions away, especially if they have bonuses and skills. Now, there's no bonuses and skills here. There's no bonuses and skills for a particular background unless you build them into the game yourself. There are no background, there are no skills specifically or bonuses whatsoever. So the order is different when you look at it that way. When it's just at its very rudimentary aspect, the order of selecting things completely changes because none of that actually impacts whatsoever. Are people kind of understanding where I'm coming from now? I don't know. If I'm not clear, let me know and I'll try to explain it better. Jay, hello Jay. I decided my class first, then picked race and background. That gives bonuses to the class. So here, background, that would only be using, if you were porting over the 5e backgrounds into the system, then you would do it that way. But if you're not using the backgrounds from 5e or backgrounds from some other system, then you wouldn't need to worry about that sort of thing. But if you did use the 5e backgrounds, then it would make sense. Absolutely, I agree. Choose dwarf in 2nd edition and let you know how making wizard goes. Yeah, dwarf, yeah, exactly. Cleric equals priest. Yeah, so what's a better word for a 5-year-old to understand? Is it the word cleric or is it priest? I don't know that is there any child that ever wanted to be a priest or a cleric? It makes good sense. I always choose a pointy-eared elf. Yes, I know you do. When I heard monk, I always think religion. That's why I put down ninja, samurai, and martial artist. They are supposed to cover the idea of the monk, because it's the monk is sort of something else. If anything, I feel like a monk is a holy person, and they should be it would be a background. You could be a monk who decides to be a samurai or a ninja or a barbarian or a spellcaster. Like, just because you're a monk doesn't mean that you can never go and do something else after. Do you know what I mean? Oriental Adventures was one of my favorite AD&D books. It had ninjas, of course, and kids understand the word ninja. Monk is early D&D, a former of the warrior priest. Right, yeah. Background, guard. Guard? I suppose you could. Guard? Yeah. As long as it's not a super-powered guard and it's the lowly little squatter who really doesn't do very much. Guard could be potentially there, yes. So I've added in a lot of character creation restrictions. Does not make the game easier. Not included. Not included. Not in the basic game. Not included. Which means that the order and sequence of building your character might change with the standard game or the advanced game. Absolutely agree. Yeah. So we'll put guard for now. I guess. Let's see. But we're not a superpower, not a super person. Actually, the more I think about this, let's not muddy the waters here. Anything that looks like you might be good at fighting, I'm going to ditch. So I'm going to ditch soldier. I know people are going to get upset, but I'm going to take it out. Soldier, I'm going to take it out. Urchin, sailor, lord, they don't got no real skills. Hermit, fisherman, farmer, outlaw. What does an outlaw really do? They steal. An outlaw. An outlaw is not necessarily going to have a lot of fighting skills. You can have an outlaw who is just a thief. Guard. I'm going to take guard out, actually. Now that I think about it, I'm going to take anything that even looks like you might already have some fighting skills. I'm going to just remove it. You can add in, this is just examples, right? So it's probably better that I provide examples that have nothing connected to fighting and smashing and killing things. We'll just take them all out. When I was a kid, I wanted to play and didn't want to be bothered with much of this fluff. Yes, I am sure you did, but the fluff drives this, so this is where I'm going with this. Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game has a great starter careers. They make great backgrounds in role-playing games, such as, what are you talking about, JP? JP is from my home group, so yeah, we'll be playing tomorrow, Dungeons and Dragons. We've got a pirate campaign, by the way. We actually started out, we're now pirates, but we were actually fishermen. That was our background. Each one of us were fishermen who got drunk in the tavern quite often, but also drunk on the boat. Okay, that was how so that was our background. So as fishermen, we didn't really have any skills. We got shanghaied and forced into the life. I didn't mean restrictions. I meant an elf view. Could a child, say, a tree keeper with a human? Oh, I see. Well, tree keeper, I don't know what a tree keeper is, but maybe, so yeah. I'm trying to avoid anything that sort of locks things down too much, because the more rules there are that lock you down, the less it's going to appeal to a younger generation, and the harder it is for you to do something with it. If I leave it much more open, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to put more rules into it when you want to. Does that make sense? A warrior that decides to cook, or a cook that decides to be a warrior. A barbaric cook. Yes, exactly. Ah, dear. Oh, Nacho Man. I'm not putting that. I seen that comment. It's going to be hidden. Don't put that down. I'm not disagreeing with it, but it's going to. Oh, it's not disappearing on me. Okay. All right. I'm going to change over my screen. Before, I don't want that. Don't put that in. Okay. Not cool. Don't put that sort of stuff in there. Did it disappear? Oh, thank God for that. You had me scared, man. Cool, blimey. All right, okay, it's disappeared, thankfully. Dear. All right, so it's top of the hour, and I should be taking a break. And let's see if how much have I actually got done? Have I at least got the bits and pieces for the various chapters sorted? No, I haven't. I haven't done that. Oh, all right, okay. So very quickly, while I'm not looking at chat, I'm going to move all this stuff into its proper position. New page. Okay, all right, okay, end of page. What's this? This is character creation, which I haven't done yet. That's that one, that's there. I put this in here. Okay, I need to go, oh, this is not working quite the way I'd hoped. Okay, so this is down, chapter 4. Chapter 4. What was chapter 4? I don't remember. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. That's 2. 2, 3. Abilities. Yes, good. I got it right. Yes, I got it right. Basic game rules is chapter 4. Basic game rules. Okay. What page am I on? This is page 11, so we're actually expanding out quite quickly. All right, so let's just see here. Chapter 4, Basic Game Rules. Game Rules. Hello, AJ. How are you doing? Good morning. It seems that I am currently trying to get my head around all of this. So cleric equals warrior priest. Yeah, I suppose it does. And yes, I'm wondering which is the better word to use, cleric or priest. Is a 5-year-old or a new person going to understand the word priest, or are they going to understand the word cleric? Which one would sort of jump at you? Frying pan is a good weapon. Dual wield a frying pan. Okay, yeah. Scholar. Okay, so Pale Rider. I would and could put down the word scholar, but would a 5-year-old understand the concept of scholar? I mean, I guess that's the question. Is there another word we could use that isn't scholar that they would understand? That's just my thoughts with regard to that. I had a pirate dual wielding a peg leg and a ham bone once. Fighting skeletons needs to improve. All right, improvising. Good for you. Spellfire, the main character. Okay, yes. Arborist is a tree keeper. Okay. I don't think the word arborist is something that somebody's necessarily going to understand. But there's nothing stopping you from using an arborist as a background. They're just examples, remember? We have just transitioned from incompetent fishermen to incompetent pirates. That's funny. That's very true. We were incompetent fishermen, and now we are incompetent pirates. Okay. +1 incompetency pirates. Yeah. We've been playing for so long, and yet we still balls things up pretty badly. Treekeeper in Mystera takes one of the trees of life's clan. The roles being given. So everything you just described there would be something you would create as your own background. I want you to make your own backgrounds. I don't want you to sort of necessarily just use something that somebody else made. And as soon as you provide options like that, then that makes it harder for somebody new to get into it. Yeah. Sailors even, yeah. Scholar equals nerd. Cleric missionary. I suppose somebody here must have a 5-year-old. It's time to let me know. Let me know. Is the word missionary rather than cleric a better word? And instead of nerd, you're right. 5-year-olds understand the word nerd. Jeez. Thank you, AJ. I think that. There's no question of that. I think that's definitely true, isn't it? There's no question about it whatsoever. They would definitely understand the word nerd. Let's grab this background nerd. Let's stick it about here. Nerd. Missionary. Would they understand missionary? Priest. When you go down to your local church, librarian for kids, librarian, scholar, yes, librarian, nicely done, good save, librarian, librarian, okay, so we know what that is. They will understand that. And yeah, cleric. Yes, I don't even know what to say with this one. Missionary. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I can't see that. How many kids actually want to play a cleric in any kind of game? I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just wondering how many people try to do it. Missionary is universal in America. Cleric is tricky. A believer, a pastor. That was what I was thinking as a pastor. But a pastor kind of falls more into a background rather than a class, doesn't it? Priest, kids would know what a priest is. Yes, a priest. I suppose a priest, but it does fall into more of a background, doesn't it? So, yeah. Thanks for those suggestions, by the way. I'll put in here priest. And in the background section, I will put pastor. I can see a transition from being a pastor to a priest if you wanted to, but not necessarily required. Remember, no restrictions. Pastor. So pastor would be a good as a background. It's like a 0 level character. All right, cool. All right, nice. That's all over the place. Really helpful, Fred. Keep that together if we can. Okay, good. And I was trying to get in. Yeah, right. This is what I needed to get down. Things are going to move around a bit while I shuffle this. Where's this? What do I need? There. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay. So rather than me jumping back and forth, I should just note down these things so that I can get it in the right place. So chapter 4, and it is game mechanics. The next one is general and specific. And specific rules. I need to take a break. I really do. I need to step out of this office before it submerges me. Monks are both Eastern and Western. Yeah, I decided in the end that a monk as a class, I didn't want to use the word monk as a class, even though a lot of us are very familiar with that. Instead, I just used the word martial artist, ninja, and samurai. I thought that was a better sort of way of describing it, AJ. Just my thoughts. Yeah, so shell and martial artist. So instead of putting down shell and martial artist, I just wrote down the word martial artist. I thought that was a sort of a better way of doing it. Student, yes, student would make a good background. Absolutely, I agree. I've just got to be. I need to finish this though, so I'm going to make a note on a different piece of paper. Background to add. Student. Really good idea. Nicely done. Very good. Like that. What else we got here? Equals warrior with healing abilities, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm not too sure. Look, let's get real. This is the first draft, so it's not like I need to freak out if everything doesn't quite work the way I was hoping it would be working. Yeah. The word priest is used in modern religion. I'd write holy man or something generic. Holy man or something. Yeah. Jay. Yeah. Look, I have to say the word priest and cleric for class. It's hard to find a word that really defines what you're after when you're trying to do it with just a single word. That's difficult. How's it going, Buried X-Blade? How are you doing? Yeah, I put up a poll. I should take a pee break. You know it. I know it too. Robin Hood Farah. Yes, monks are not all martial arts. Thinking of yeah. That's exactly it. Not. That's one of the things I was thinking. A monk feels more like it's better as a description, as a background, as in terms of monk. That's yeah. There's a monk and then there's the warrior monk. I guess that's the best way to go for it. A preacher, yes. All right, I'm going to take 5 minutes or less break. Come back, continue with this, because if I don't take a break, I'm going to not be able to continue going the whole time, and I still got a little bit left to do. So I better get it done. Give me 5 minutes or less. Jump in, answer that poll. And if you haven't signed up for the dice giveaway, you should. And I suppose I should plug the dice giveaway one more time since today is the last day. D&D Well, been so kind. Let's promote the dice again. And I will go take this break. I've been saying I was going to take it for the last 20 minutes. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. Back in a sec. All right, here I come. An exorcist. Oh dear, that's pretty funny. Let's go with the exorcist. Okay, here, I'm back. I've taken my pee break. AJ, are you still here? Because I don't know. Is this really the best place to talk about this sort of stuff? I just want to talk about it because I'm looking forward to the idea that I get to build a character for basic Dungeons and Dragons with Wally DM in one of the Game Master Roundtables. Remember I had mentioned it on the Discord group? If you are still here, let me know because I want to talk a little bit more about what I managed to convince Wally to do. And I was wondering if maybe all of us should have a go at doing it. So you let me know if you want to discuss it here or not. You are. Okay, so while I'm doing this and I'm gonna talk just for the sake of that's what you do in a generally in a live stream. So AJ, I talked to Wally and I said, dude, I think we should play some games together. Those of us that get together and do that Game Master Roundtable, we are becoming friends. Like we actually get together. We like hanging out. We like goofing off. Let's build some characters together using different systems. And I said, what about if you were to show us how to make a Beck Me or basic Dungeons and Dragons character? Because I've never played that game and I've never built a character for that. So what about if we do that? And he said, yes, as you know, and I put it in the Discord, right? And I said, well, then we would play a game. Would you be all right running a basic Dungeons and Dragons game? And so that discussion went down and he said, yeah, no, Fred, I could do that. I might have a little bit of trouble because it's been a long time since I've run basic D&D. And I said, okay, well, what if we do that? And then we could take turns building a character from a system that we know if we want to all do it and somebody run a game. And I think the discussion was like, maybe we should all do some one-shots and each one of us sort of dungeon master live and let each other just play around with each other. Like, let's play some characters and play some games together. I mean, we've been talking about monsters. I love talking about monsters, don't get me wrong. I love doing it, and I love doing the homebrew stuff, and I still want to keep doing it. But I also want to just play with my buddies. That's where my head was at. I don't know how you feel about that. Thaco, yeah, no, he said no. Thaco is not going to be involved. Thaco is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, so basic D&D, he tells me, is not going to be quite as terrifying for me. Thaco would just shoot me out. You're a one-shot specialist. I kind of figured you were, AJ. So, yeah. Wally's going to do this the first time round, and then we can run 5e, we can run whatever people are willing to play. I don't think the system really matters. I think just getting together and playing games together would be fun. And I'm all for running a one-shot myself with everybody if they wanted to do that. With whatever. Just for the sake of goofing around. As you know, the goofing around side of is the fun bit. Exorcist. Yes. Yeah, actually, exorcist is not... The word exorcist is not a bad idea, actually. I'm going to write that down. Exorcist. I don't know where to put that, but yeah. Exorcist feels like a... It's a class, isn't it? Exorcist. Class. Ah, dear. Class, exorcist. Make sure I put the line right underneath there so I know which one it is. Okay. Nice. There's 2 5 years and a half block away. I'll run down and you're going to bribe them. Okay. I will design an exorcist for sure. Cleric is my favorite character class. You're keen for that? I'm glad you're keen for it. I was hoping you were. Because I can imagine that the combination of yourself, me, Wally, or Mark, or Dennis, or who else? Alex, would be like just too much fun. Mature audiences, yes. So I bought a sign for that very purpose. Yeah, we need to have a proper sign, I suppose. I bought a sign. It doesn't quite say mature audiences, but I'm aware that we probably need to be careful. It's also a little worried about burning down somebody else's channel by doing this live, because I know I'm naughty. Can you imagine what everybody else is going to be like? Fred will play back me and never look back with some... I doubt it. Fred is going to... This is why I'm building this in the first place. This is the system that my group is going to use eventually. Thaco. Haha, don't need a slide rule for that. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. It's not going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's simple or not. Intuitively, it doesn't make sense to me. Intuitively, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's too hard. So I'm leaving Thaco alone. Thaco, we're going to leave Thaco with tacos, okay? I'm going to leave it there. All right, so ability check, dice roll test. So I'm just going to put down ability checks. I don't really like the word ability check. It's confusing as dice roll test. I like the word dice roll test. Ability dice roll test. I actually like that phrasing much more, but I'm aware that a lot of people are familiar with that one. So anyway, let's see. Variant. Maybe I can turn this contents page into the actual index as well. That might actually make life a lot easier. It's probably not going to work, is it? I don't need to write that down. I can leave that. Variant rules don't need to be included necessarily in the contents page. Saving throws. Let's do that. Saving throw. I was really keen to run sort of Star Wars. I don't know how people are going to feel about playing Star Wars. Star Wars Saga is, you know, who knows how it's going to work out. According to critics, I'm doing a great job burning my channel down at the moment. Yes. I've seen the comments, AJ. There's some people are ruthless, and they... Really, I mean, you've gone from each video doing about 20,000 or more views to about 2,000 to 3,000 views. So I suppose that's true to a certain degree. But I mean, I don't know. You're happy doing what you're doing, aren't you? I love Star Wars. I want to run a game for Star Wars. That's what I would really like to do. You can use my channel. I don't care if I burn it down. A specialist in getting a laugh. Yeah, well, I think that's the key thing, right? Getting a laugh. Self-mobilization is always frowned upon. Dear. Yeah, I think the problem is that the D&D fans, or particularly the 5e D&D fans, they just don't get it. They're just really struggling with the whole idea that some of the channels that they like watching just don't want to keep doing Dungeons and Dragons or Dungeons and Dragons 5e exclusively, and that they might want to stretch their legs. And of course, they can vote with their click. They can just decide not to watch your videos, which is within their right. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does create a whole lot of extra hassles for you. It is a giant pain. Now, why do I feel like I am now entering into the combat section? Difficulty class, armor class. Okay, so I do have a combat section. So it looks like the chapter on game mechanics is really, really long. Oh, okay. Attack rolls or tests. So we have... I probably... do I need to split it up? I suppose I should. Melee, attacks, weapon, and unarmed, ranged attacks, I've got a martial arts variant here. Spell attack roll, spell attack rolls, spell attack roll, and what else is there? That's for yes, that's supposed to be there. Difficulty class. Oh, I've really loaded that chapter up with stuff, haven't I? Is there a way of separating it? Probably not. Difficulty class, armor class, and the problem is if I make an index and I make a contents page, it's just building out and making the whole document longer. I feel like the contents page should be the index page. I should just make sure that everything is in there. That's probably the smartest way to deal with that. Rolling a 20 on D20. Okay, I think I'll just mark it as rolling a 20. Rolling a 1. Rolling a 1. A 1 on D20. Okay, so I can transfer all of that stuff over. I will shift this down onto a different page. Okay. For those of you who are thinking that I'll never get this done, trust me, I think I'm doing all right. It looks bad, but it's actually, I don't think it's as bad as you might think. I think we're all right. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. We're on to this. Okay. First page is really nothing. Second page is this. What do you got here? I mean, I put out a free one-shot module for my fantasy game, and they complained it's not D&D enough. It's AJ, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Can I just say, it's so strange. You made something that could be used in a fantasy game. It's agnostic. You could use it in anything. And then they complain that it's not got all of the things for 5e that they would want. It's so odd. I actually think to a large degree that, I hate to say it, there are some elements within the 5e community that are very toxic. I mean, there are some in Old School Essentials or the OSR, and there's some in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and there's some in 3.5 and 4e who are attached and they get... But oh my God, it's yeah, there's the 5e politics is just really odd right now. You're not D&D subs. Yeah, you're not. I know you're not seeking Dungeons and Dragons subs now. I'm looking for mainstream subs. Yeah. They don't, yes, I know they don't comment on in the videos. You were mentioning it there the other day. Anyway, my income comes from old vids, not new ones. Yes, I noticed that. They're still getting watched pretty well. The alien videos are getting bigger. I saw that too, yeah. I've been enjoying the Palladium videos. Yes, so AJ has got a huge library on his shelf of Palladium books. It's enormous. Yes, enough shop talk. Yes, give the armor class points. Okay. Let's get off shop talk. Let's get back to what we were doing here. The dog is happy. Okay. Call it soak. Too many 5e proponents. Yeah, well, this is part of the reason why I wanted to do this. So let's do this. So game mechanics, it goes game mechanics, full stop. Next, general and specific rules. And specific rules. God, this is the weird thing. Sitting down here and thinking back to all the things that I wrote up. Do you realize that I've done 7 of these? I've sat down and tried to draft this up 7 times in a live stream over what has to be almost an entire day. Who in the right mind does that sort of thing to themselves? Oh, hang on. Taryn from Indo Structo Boy. He would do that. Who else? Let me think. Dennis from, who is it? What is he? OKSDM. He's done that. Normally you'd do this behind closed doors, wouldn't you? You wouldn't do this in a live stream. What a eggy thing to do. My biggest problem, I think, after this is I won't have a character sheet for you to use. There won't be a specific character sheet for this. I'm not really good at that sort of thing. I'm going to have to get my brother to sort that out for me, I guess. Attack rolls or tests. And next, what's the next one? Come on. Melee attacks. God. Melee attacks. Where are we? Store run. Who's coming with me? You go get your food and your drink, man. Go to the store and do what you need to do. Winded. If the attack is critical, it takes hit points off the armor and perhaps reduces its armor bonus. So armor will need to get repaired, and magic armor can just be tougher and be cooler. That's an idea I would include in the advanced rule set. I don't think I'll put it into this one. I don't think a child or a new person would appreciate that level of complexity. It's going to be a little bit much, I suspect. So yeah, I'll leave that off for now. Ranged attack. And this is weapon, I believe. Yes. Good. God, when you look at a rule system, geez, there's even with all the things I stripped out, look at all the things I stripped out, and that's how much is still left. It's just maddening. With all the stuff I removed, there's still so much left in the whole thing to make it all work. This is the problem when you get when somebody who's not a game designer is trying to make something super simple. Not that I've ever seen that many people make anything that simple anyway, so I'm not going to feel too bad. Next. Okay, so we're getting there. Rolling a 20 on D20 on a... let's just put 20 Sided dice. Full stop. Alright. And I can't be bothered rolling doing that, so I'm just going to go copy paste, stick this in, and rolling a 1. Since I decided that those were things that needed to be there, they are there. Okay. Next. So that is chapter 4. I'm going to go back and see what you guys have been doing in the discussion around chapter 5. Chapter 5 is the last chapter, by the way. So let's have a look here. Yeah, I could say close and distant, near and far. I think that's what Kelsey did in her Shadow Dark game. I'm not really too worried about differentiating range. So I didn't really say very much about range at all. But a long rest doesn't include self-repairing armor. I can draw on I can draw you a character. Would you do that, AJ? Would you really draw up a character sheet that a 5-year-old doesn't know what melee means? Exactly. That's my concern. What do I call it if I don't want to call it melee? Do you know what I mean? What do I call it if it's not melee? Armor, weapon repair, mechanics would be yeah, I think that needs to be at a later date. Probably not today. You could say close, distant attack. Oh, I see what you're saying. Close and distant attack. Rather than... Is the word ranged too difficult for a 5-year-old? Near, far. Kids understand your armor is busted pretty well. Ah, okay. I only buy and drink blue. Near, far is good. Samurai. Okay. Samuel Adams, please. What's that? Please, my man. Who's Samuel Adams? I don't understand who Samuel Adams is. Fart cloud. Okay. All right. So we need to determine what's a better word than melee. There's got to be a better word than melee. An attack which is near or far. Okay, let's look into this right now. Because since you've made the point that melee, and you're right, melee is probably well beyond some people. Melee. Thesaurus. That's not what I want. Similar words. Rumpus. Brawl. Fight. Skirmish. Free-for-all. Scuffle. Fight. The word fight is probably it. Would people agree that I could replace melee with fight? Or I could replace it with close fighting. That's probably what I could do, is I could replace it with close fighting. Would that be about right? Or near fighting? Tantrum? Brawl? Yes, I was thinking brawl as well. You were talking to TC. Okay, I got lost. Close close attack. Yes, I agree. Close range attack. A close range attack. Well, fight range, sniper range. I think close attack is probably good enough. It's going to, I guess, let's put it down to, it's going to come down to testing it. Attack. Melee. Let's find the word melee. I need to put in a few options here that I might need to interpose later on. So close, let's do this. Close attack. Oh, come on, Fred. Close attack. Ranged attack would be for ranged attacks. Ranged reach. Don't need that. Ranged attack. Well, ranged attack already exists, doesn't it? So instead of melee, close attack is probably the best solution to it. Because the word attack, they understand that. They will understand the word attack, they understand the word close, so ranged attack, close attack, or distant attack. It could be ranged attack or could be distant attack. So let's go this way. Distant attack. Okay, so that is the word that would need to be substituted. What was the other things you had put down? Brawl. Close fighting is still an option, but I think close attack might do it. I think close attack is the win. Yeah, AJ, I absolutely agree. So ranged attack, close attack. So a box that says close attack and ranged attack. Spell attack is probably a good idea too. Because spell attack, they can understand that. Spell attack, there's no issue for a 5-year-old to understand that. And somebody completely new would understand that too. They would get that idea. Yeah? Alright, so, okay. I'm going to put here close attack. And for those of you who are used to using melee, it will be here in the brackets. There we go. Much better. All right, so I needed to, what's the next thing I needed to do here? I need another piece of paper. That's where I'm running out of pieces of paper. Where's a piece of paper? Grab another one. Okay, let me just do this right. Yeah. AJ, I thought you would be too busy to be hanging out with me doing this sort of stuff. And everybody else. Fight range, sniper range, yeah. I think we're all good with that. It's just, yeah, it's gonna be that very simple change in terminology will just make a huge difference. Fisticuffs. Hello, Michael. Michael's a patron and supports me on Patreon. How you doing, buddy? Clothes attack. No. Bath attack. Bedtime attack. Nap for rest. Dirty fighting was always my favourite. What do you got here? Yes. I tell you, terminology, some of the terminology in Dungeons and Dragons and role-playing games is really odd. Michael, you're not late. I'll be here for a little while, I suspect, as I work through all the kinks. Is Sam a famous bear? I didn't know that Sam was a famous bear. My brother will love to hear that, I'm sure. Okay, all right. Let me just grab the stuff I need for chapter 5, and then go check this poll, and we'll finish off chapter 2, and then okay, this page shouldn't exist. Why does this page exist? Okay, it's gone now. Right, so there are a few things I need to make sure I adjust. Chapter, go back, scrolling, range attack weapon, melee, it is not melee anymore, it is here, melee there, close here. Okay, so close, or melee weapon attacks could be dexterity or strength based, depending on the balance of the weapon. So one of the things you'll notice with all the attacks, whether it's ranged or it's a melee attack, you can use the dexterity or the strength. It doesn't matter. And the reason why I've done that is because most weapons that are used for close quarter fighting, or close attacks, they are balanced so that you don't need to be that strong to use them anyway. And I just don't see any point in making it that complicated because there's so much variation. And again, this is supposed to be the basic game. Same with ranged. There are a lot of ranged weapons that actually require a lot of strength to use. So I've said dexterity or strength. I don't care. You can define it down however you like. My own group, we're going to be using strength and dexterity, both those bonuses combined for our characters and our monsters when making attacks. So that's the idea behind that. That's good. Got that there. That's all there. There may be a few words I need to adjust somewhere in here, but I'll find them later. Okay, combat. So let's do combat. I'm writing a video as I chat here. Oh, okay, I see. Well, you keep writing. I know you can. Are you dictating it? Have you got a dictator, like a recorder or something like that? PR, I loved learning all the names for combat and weapon classes, even before I knew D&D was just in fantasy and warfare. Right. Are these 5-year-olds like from the 1970s or the 2020s? Sorry to disparage, but I am in North Carolina, bastion of intelligence. I don't really know where you're going with this. You'll have to explain a bit more, okay? Remember, I'm in New Zealand. I poke, fistful of dirt, nut punch, throat jab, knee kick, kidney punch. Oh my gosh. Ah, dear. What? I am not invited to inviting you over to a barbecue at my place with dirty tricks. Okay. Just a scrap of paper. Okay, you're a paper person. I've got pieces of paper in front of me right now, as it happens. Much to anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's keep going. Let's keep this moving. So battle, combat steps. Battle steps. Combat steps, battle steps. What do I want to do? Combat steps. I'll just call it combat steps. Combat steps. Combat in the game. Combat in the game. Let's do that. And we're going to just put combat steps. Next, I've got my steps lined out, so I already figured that all out before. Ambush and surprise. Okay, ambush and surprise. Ambushing and surprise. Right, okay, and no, variant ambush. I'm just going to leave that because I had left it as the game master determines who's surprised or not, depending on what they do. But there is mechanics there. Turn order. I've got initiative, but I will mark it down as initiative and turn order. Bracket turn order. Or maybe it's going to go the other way around. I might go turn order and initiative. That's maybe where I want to go with this. Let's do that. Cut. Because I'm approaching turn order a little differently. So let's do that. Put a bracket in there. Smash initiative into there. Because if you're going to make initiative simple, I think the easiest way is just go clockwise or anti-clockwise. Forget about numbers. But I have left in the ability to do initiative like you're familiar with. Okay, so it's not gone. It's just it's just a little simpler as the standard. Okay. Okay, now Life hacks. Most of the time we just roll initiative once when I'm running battles anyway. I don't usually roll it more than once. That's it. Or I roll all of them, two or three initiatives at the very beginning of the session, so we just don't have to keep going over it over and over again, dealing with it, because it's a drag. Okay, turns. Game turn. Okay, so character and game master game turns. Why am I saying character and game master? So this just needs to be... I just need to take this out. This is silly. It's just a game turn. Game turn. Okay. The player of characters and game master take turns. So game turn is really simple here. It's just you get to move and you get to perform one action. There's no bonus actions, there's no reactions, there's none of that. You can split movement, that's not a problem. That's it. The player of characters and the game master take turns as turns. Okay, something like that. Okay, we'll see that. That's kind of messy, but we'll leave it for now. Movement. So I've got movement. Palladium qualifies as a dialect. Yes, I bet it does. I remember you mentioning it. Fighting orders, fight orders, turn orders. I think combat order, game turn. Okay, let's have a look. Combat turn. Do I just call it combat turn? Turn. I think it's going to be combat turn. Okay, so this is combat game turn. Okay. The player of characters and game master take turns during a fight or combat. Let's do this. Let's put that down. Let's place that there. It's not the best. Okay, all right. North Carolina is not the smartest state in the America. I think hillbillies, athletes, aristocrats. Really? Okay, all right. I'm not really worried about that sort of thing. You got to yell initiative, roll for initiative. Yeah. I just turn order. I think is the easiest way. Turn order is probably first hit. You use a secret language, really? Okay, all right. Odd. Line in class, highest to lowest. Okay. Stay on task. Okay, actions and battles. Okay, actions and battles. So I've broken that up into attacking. I've got a critical hit here. Critical hits. I've kept critical hits. What I've done with critical hits is you double everything. You double any bonuses you have and you double your damage dice, which means that criticals are really brutal. So yes, be prepared. Things could hurt. Casting spells. Casting spells. And I have included a narrative magic system, which just uses a DC. We actually built this last time. So I've kind of grouped up what a DC 5 spell would look like. That means there's no spell slots. There's not necessarily going to be spells prepared. No, there isn't going to be spells prepared. You don't have to use this. You can just import something else, whatever you want in here. But for a 5-year-old, I think it's going to be easier that all it is an ability check or an ability dice roll. And that's it. And you don't go anywhere else with this. It's probably the easiest way to deal with it. And you can use either intelligence, wisdom, or charisma for your test, depending on what they are playing as, you know. I guess if you're playing a druid, they'll use wisdom, and if they're playing a sorcerer, they'll use charisma, and if they're playing a wizard, they'll use intelligence. It's relatively simple and pretty easy for you to implement into your game. So what I'm going to do here, variant damage. So I'm going to put here, I'll put it into the contents page, variant narrative magic. Okay. I will make that a note because it's going to be kind of important. Calculating damage. Calculating damage would be the next one. So I've put in a whole bunch of things around this. Weapon damage, spell damage. Damage. Spell damage. Okay. And I included unarmed strike damage, so I'll put here unarmed strike damage. Unarmed strike damage, which is slightly different to weapon damage and to spell damage, so that's fine. Other actions, other combat actions. Other combat actions. So this is pretty broad, and I had a huge section on free actions, which I'm not. These are just suggested as free actions. It's really up to you. I'm not going to hold on to anything very hard. Okay, so we'll put down and we'll put a full stop here. And so free actions. This is a big chapter, free actions. Death and resting. I think that's the last ones. I think we're at the end of this document. Yes, there it is. That is the end of the document. So that means death, character, and monster death. And resting. And the resting mechanic is super simple. JP was the one who sold me on doing this, and that is you have to rest for 8 hours in a 24-hour period, and you can break up that rest time however you like, and that's it. Okay? You can break it up. You can have 4 hours here and 2 hours there, and another 2 hours here within that 24-hour period, and that's all you need to do in a 24-hour period to be rested. That's it. Nice and simple. I still suggest that you try to take the 8 hours in a block, but I just don't see any because people don't sleep like that necessarily when you're in the field. You don't sleep like in a big stretch. If you're in the field, you take the sleep when you can get it. So that's why I didn't nail that one down so hard. Death before resting. Yeah, no, that's right. Death is always before resting. You're back from the store? Oh, glad you made it back. Good news. You're going to go get some lunch. I'll see you later, AJ. Never discount a hillbilly. Run away, freeze in fear, do something else, attack. Okay. Oh dear. All right, let me just transfer all of this stuff in. It's top of the hour, which means I probably should be mostly done with this, right? Which apparently I'm not. But we're doing better than I thought we would, so that's something. This always takes longer than you expect. Combat in the game. First one. Oh, what the heck was I? What's the chapter called? Combat game rules. Combat game rules. Combat game rules. Combat game rules. There we go. Right, so first combat in the game. Combat steps. Got that. Ambushing and surprise. Ambushing and surprise. What else? Turn order. Bracket initiative. There. That's not initiative. Try again, Fred. Turn order initiative. What's next? Game turn. No, I called it something else, didn't I? I called it something else. It wasn't going to be called game turn, was it? Did I call it game turn? I think I called it combat something turn, didn't I? Combat game turn. It's called combat game turn. Okay. So it's combat game turn. Combat game turn. Combat game turn. Game turn. Right, next. Movement. Actions in battles. I haven't made movement an action. Why? Because I don't I didn't think it was necessary. Movement. I don't want people to be able to have two actions, like, you know, Pathfinder has 3 actions and you could move 3 times if you wanted to, or attack 3 times, which that's not what I really want to set up. Attacking. Critical hits. What's it? Casting spells. Casting spells, which variant. Narrative. Magic. I will include that there. Oh, that's not going to work. Let's try that again. There we go. Narrative magic. Variant, narrative magic. Come on. Make it happen. Calculating damage. Calculating damage. Weapon damage. Spell damage. What do we got here? Unarmed. Strike damage. Other actions. Other combat actions. Free actions. What else did I have? Last 2. Character and monster death. And then resting. Okay. Okay, that's good. So it's chapter 2. So I have to go back to a different screen to get this sorted out. Make a note not to have pale. Okay, let me just jump back over here and let's just have a look at this poll and see what people had to say. I think the problem is that everybody's building their concept around what they currently understand from 5e. Lucky rascals. Oh, really? For hit points, I like it takes a full day of resting in a safe place to get 1 hit point back. Well, that would be a variant rule, Pale Rider. You would add that in as a variant rule, and there's nothing stopping you from doing that. There's absolutely nothing stopping you from adding that as a variant rule, and we'll probably make up variant rules that look and read exactly like that. So people have said race, background, class. Willy-nilly, dilly-dilly. All right, okay. So let's just have a look at the poll. And the one that got the most votes was race, background, and class. So I'm not going to disagree with everything here. And then we've got race, class, background. So that's very much the 5e mentality, isn't it? But your background is not necessarily going to do very much in that way. So I'm actually going to go against the poll. The one that I wanted to do the most is the one that people least liked. I can see right now, if I put this in, it's probably going to wind up changing as people try to make it work. I'm going to go against the poll completely. I didn't get to vote on the second poll. Oh, didn't you? Oh, you did. You did get to vote on it. So the one thing that people did not vote on very much, and only got 12%, was background, race, and class. And that's how I think it should be. Background, 0 level. Race, because you pick that. It's not necessarily going to affect your class that much. And I don't want to people... This is really strange. So I put up a poll and I selected the thing that people disliked the most. Essentially, that's what I've just done. Is that not crazy stuff? Is that like mental? Because the thing that people preferred the most was the race, background, class, or race, class, background, which is very much sort of what we do with 5e. But that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know what to say, people. Yeah, I do. Everything can change. Who knows? So let me just have a look at this. Background, I'm going to shift race and make it earlier. And I'm going to put class at the last thing. I think whatever I do, it's pretty clear that class can go last. It doesn't need to go first, right? So let's have a look here. This is quite entertaining. But everybody still obviously agrees that class should be last. It's just the order of race and background. That's really the only thing that we're not agreeing with. I mean, I might change my mind. When you start putting something into play and you try making it work, you wind up having to make adjustments. So yeah, interesting. So let's just jump over here for a second. And I need to ensure that the character creation process, this is chapter 2, I need to make sure, I'm marking this out before I go on my break, people. Chapter 2, character creation. So we need to have one that is character creation process. That's our first one. Okay. Moving down. I need to fill in some of these details down. These formulas need to go in as well, don't they? So select or determine character level. So we've got a section on character level. We've got generating ability scores. It's generating. Let's do that. We sense self-immobilization here. Yeah. I'm probably going to regret doing this. Throws a tomato in disgust. That's the way prepare, cook, and survive. Throw that tomato. My dexterity is really low. You'll probably hit me. Perhaps children want to choose firemen over policemen rather than complications like what would your imaginary friend look like. Actually, that's a good idea. Oh, man, I'm putting that down. That's another really good idea that somebody's put forward as a background. Somebody put down student fireman. Is there anybody here who didn't want to be a fireman when they were growing up? Because I know I thought about it myself. I really wanted to be a fireman, and then I realized I was afraid of fire. So being a fireman was like, I don't know about that. Policeman feels too much like superhero. That's the only thing I was thinking is policeman feels too much like superhero for a background. But they could have a class that is policeman. You could have a class that's policeman. Could you not? I'm sure you could. Oh dear. I need to ask a topic question. Ask your question. Go hashtag question so I don't miss it. So it'll stand out. Dungeons and Chronics. If you need to ask a question, go hashtag question. Put it in there. I'm gonna keep jotting down this stuff because I want to get this done. It's getting done today. I've got time to make it happen, and I do not want this going on again because I want to start rebuilding the classes, and I've already got notes to start working on it. So we've got a few variants for doing that. We've got background here, so it goes background, create or select background. Background. Come on, Fred. Get the word down. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's better. What do you got here? I was right about the backgrounds, but not what you want. No. I think a lot of this is the first draft, so this could change so much. I might find it just doesn't work. Maybe I might put it up on Patreon and nobody gives a shit about it, and nobody tests any of it or tries it out. They might just look at it and say, what a load of garbage. Who knows? I don't know. When it says +4 to hit, what does that plus go to? Anybody? Yeah, +4 to hit means you add it to a 20-sided dice if you're playing a D20 system. Is that not what we were talking about? Is that something else? Am I on the wrong tangent here? As a kid, I want to be a vet to help animals or a soldier. Ending up later as, okay. Well, I'll put down vet. Hey, I have no background vet. I'll put down vet. Not a problem. Vet can go down. Not a problem. It's a background for sure. I totally get that one. Absolutely. Okay, so next is I'm going to shift the race. I'm moving the race from here. So cut. And I'm putting it here. And it's now select or create or select a race. Select race. I don't want to say race, I want to say species, because that's actually, I always preferred the word species well before Wizards of the Coast decided it should be an adjustment they make. Just because race makes more sense between different types of humans or different types of elves. So species and race is actually a factor. I want to have both there. I'm keeping both. That's what we're doing. All right, this here is create or select a class. Create or select class. And we've got the information for that. Oh, he's talking about basic D&D. Yeah, I have a lot of... Look, if you're looking for 5e, I have all the rules. The only thing I might not have covered is saving throws. One, because I could never figure out how to describe it to somebody. But I did eventually start running a core rule system where I did go over saving throws for 5e. And I think I did a reasonable job of explaining it. It took me years, 6 years, to figure out how to explain saving throws to people without confusing them. That's how hard it was. RPG careers, policeman equals militia, road warden, fireman equals watchman. Yeah. Well, unless you play, you're probably not going to retain it. That's the problem, isn't it? It's like unless you actually do it, you won't retain it. So these are things we calculate, and these aren't going to go there yet. So I'm taking this equipment, and then spells are last. Then we've got character advancement. So let's go copy, cut, and Shizes on me. Shizes me. Where is it? It's got to go here. Class. Paste. Okay. Equipment. Okay, yes. So create, select, or buy equipment. Okay, and then the next one is, what is it? Create or select magic. Okay. Create or select spells or powers. If you're going superheroes or you're having powers, you're not having magical spells, it'll be powers. Actually, do I want to put magic powers? I'm just going to put here powers. Okay, access. Okay, a character that has access to magic, powers, or spells. Yeah, we'll do that. That'll do. And then the next thing... No, that's not what I want to do here. Come on, get this right. This is actually calculate. It should be calculate. Calculate. Hit or health points. Calculate, it's a formula. So calculate. Armor class or defense. And then, okay, all right. Let me just check. Hit points before armor class. Is that what I've done? I don't know. I need to have the modifiers for the ability scores. I've forgotten to put in that. Oh my gosh. I completely forgot about it. I didn't put any of it. Oh dear. Okay. All right. So there's something I need to add in here, isn't there? Clearly, that I've missed. So it goes hit points, armor class. Okay. Hit points, armor class. And so we're going with yes. So it's calculate. Hit points. Next one is calculate armor class. Armor class. And then it was character advancement, which I haven't done yet. So I'll mark that down as well. Character advancement. Okay, so that means I need to have at least a table that indicates the different modifiers for your game. Right. And I'm going to do that when I come back, I think. So I need to do ability modifiers. Ability modifier table. I need to get that sorted out. I completely forgot about it. I didn't even think about that. Is there any way to solo run a 5e? I know that sounds sad. No, Dungeons and Chronics, there is a way to do that. There is. I started putting some resources together for it. So there is a way of doing solo 5e. Absolutely. Don't worry about trying to learn all the rules. Just fun. Yeah, exactly. There's one of the reasons why I was encouraging people to head towards the HeroQuest app, because the HeroQuest app would allow you to play solo. And there are some links on the Discord for doing it too, solo. All right, so let's get the contents page nailed down. Let's just go straight, grab the bar, up here, up here, up here, up here, up here. There we go. That's what I want. Right here. So first one is character creation process. Character creation process. Okay, the hat's got to go off. It's actually causing my brain to sort of overheat. Next, select or determine character level, which we will be doing first in our process. Generating ability scores. Scores. Next. Creating or selecting a background. Background origin. Next. Creating come on. How do I get this? Okay, create. Do you guys need the Discord? If you haven't got the Discord, Dungeons and Chronics, I'll put it up now. I'm pretty sure it's not that hard for me to do, so let me find the Discord right now, and I will give you the link. Okay? And then you can transfer whatever information you need to over to it and share it. Discord server. Oh god, there's a lot of stuff going in there right now. It's full of stuff going on. Oh no, that's something else. Ooh, okay. That's more stuff. Here. Invite people. Copy the link. Go over to the chat. Paste. There's the Discord. Okay? You can share the stuff over there if you need to. And I need to get back to where I was so I don't get lost. Right. There. Cool. Create a select background, create a select or select a species or race. What's the next one? Create or select a class. We're going to call it character class for now. Next, what's after character class? It is create or select or buy equipment. And next one. Okay, so create or select powers or spells. That's that section there. Calculating hit points. Hit points. Health points. Okay. Next. Next. Calculating. Calculating armor class. Or defense. Did I have it that spelled that way? I think that's right. And then character advancement. Okay. All right. So I've got all of those bits in there. Thankfully, that bit is done. So that means my contents pages are filled. We will bold them. Bold them. Keep going. And another one. I can fear somebody's jumping around, making the world move a lot. All right, so that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I need to put page numbers beside everything, which I'll have to do later. That'll be the last thing I do, is page references. Okay. All right, that's fine. Good. And polyhedral dice. It's onto a new page, which is unfortunate, but there isn't much choices there. It's just how the layout has worked. Okay. All right. So we're onto a different page, which means I need to put this onto a different page. Okay, so it's getting spread out. I'm not a layout expert, unfortunately. And layout right now is probably not what a draft is going to need. So we're not going to do that. I need to ensure that I put in that in a second. That's there. Oh, let's add in these backgrounds. Oh, I want to add in the backgrounds now. Okay. All right. So I need to take a break. Pull myself out of this. Okay. You got the Discord? Hope you have a great day. Stay frosty. Need to pick up your daughter. No problems, Michael. Thank you for hanging around. Working as fast as I can, trying to get it sort of at a point where it's able to be onto Patreon for free, no charge. You try it out, and I'm hoping it gets done today. That's what I want to do. Is if I upload anything onto Patreon today, it's this thing. This is what's going to go up. Dear. All right, so let me just take this break now. Where's the break screen? All right, 5 minutes or less, I will be back. Here I come. Okay, okay, I'm getting comfortable again. Coming back to here, we've got a few things to add from your suggestions, people, so we'll put them in. Okay, that's 2.5 hours down and getting closer. Definitely the finish line feels much closer than it was before. So backgrounds, we wanted to add a few backgrounds that's sort of self-explanatory, and I like the idea of vet as examples. Not set in stone, remember. Fireman. Did it have fireman? Fireman. Fireperson. Fireman. Fireman. Student. S, student. Student. Okay, those might be backgrounds that you have, and then we've got that, and then somebody had said exorcist. I'm going to put exorcist in here because I actually think that's quite clever. Exorcist. Is that how you spell exorcist? I don't know. X or cyst. Yeah, I guess so. Exorcist. Now, ability modifiers. I'm pretty sure it needs to go into the ability section because I had ability modifier, so I probably need to put it there. And I need to make sure I have. Okay, so saving throw modifier. Sorry, equals ability modifier plus additional modifiers if you're using any at all. Okay, so that's that done. Armor class, got that. So hit points. So character class hit point dice equals hit points equals hit points equals that. That's the formula. Okay. This here. So unarmed weapon. The attack. Now are we calling it a bonus? It's ability bonus. I guess we call it bonus, and it's going to be attack bonus equals, what is it? Dexterity or strength modifier. That's it. That's that one. This here is spell ability bonus. Now, was it supposed to be spell ability bonus or spell attack bonus? I think it's spell attack bonus, isn't it? There's a spell attack bonus and there's an ability bonus. There's actually two, isn't there? I forgot about that. Sod it. Okay, alright, now I understand. That's where my mistake was. A dead body remover keeps sending me a video suggesting a solo running 5e. Oh, okay. I hope this is allowed, but there is a channel calling me, myself, and Di. He's also solo adventures really worth a... Yeah, there is... Yeah, talk about the solo adventures. By all means, people, go for it. The guy is the voice of Rocket Raccoon. I didn't know that. Okay. No, that's fine. So, okay, so there's actually two bonuses. We need the spell ability bonus and we need the spell attack bonus, which are actually the same. Aren't they? I just realised. They will essentially be the same. Calculating spell, ability bonus, and attack bonus. Is it? I'm pretty sure that it is. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. I was trying to figure out how to make it so simple so you didn't have to calculate too many different things. So weapon attack bonus, unarmed strike attack bonus, same formula. Then spell ability bonus, and it's the same one. I'm sure of it. So if you were making an attack or you're using a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. Okay. So what does this now look like? Spell ability bonus, spell ability or attack, no, and attack, bonus equals what is it, intelligence Oh, come on. That's not it. There we go. Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier. That was correct. Calculating damage. What's the formula for calculating damage? It is damage equals damage dice plus... Am I able to break this down? It's going to be too hard, isn't it? It may be too difficult for me to break this down. I'm just thinking about how easy it is to write the formulas into the character creation steps. And maybe damage is going to be too hard. I'm pretty sure it was strength or dexterity. I think we were using either one of them for damage. But with spells, it would be different. Would it not? I'm pretty sure it would be. So calculating spell damage for calculating damage for attacks, calculating damage for spells is actually going to be different. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's just go here. Calculating damage for spells. So this is weapon damage. Weapon damage equals plus dex plus strength or dex. Come on, dexterity. Oh my god. Dexterity modifier. Okay. Did I get it in? Oh, I hope so. Alright, so calculating damage for spells. And actually right now I don't even remember how I was supposed to be calculating it. I know I wrote something down. there's something in here. I wrote it down. But I don't remember what it is. I honestly have no idea. So let's see. That should be all correct. Let's go down here a little bit further into this one. And this is where I've got to put the modifiers in, which I haven't done, which I should be doing now, but I'm going to get sidetracked and I'll forget what I was doing, which was spell damage. Spell damage, where are you? Did I put it under this part of it, or did I put it? Yeah, I put it in the combat section, didn't I? Combat section. So there'll be damage section further down. Okay. Okay, so a spell can cast an attack roll, saving throw, or an ability test. Ah, that's what it is. I had forgotten. That's right. So spell casting's not that simple. There's 3 different dice rolls you can use. No wonder I was getting myself confused. It should be obvious, should it not? But apparently I got confused. So we're dealing with, and I think the calculation for it is identical. Ability, an attack roll, a saving throw. So yeah, so I don't have to have another calculation for that. Calculating damage for a hit, weapons is dexterity or strength modifier and the damage dice. Yes, spell damage is, each spell has different, okay, so it's not that clear and easy with that one, which is probably why we can't actually give them that. That's going to be too difficult. Okay, all right, well that actually answers a whole bunch of questions that I had before, which is useful. No, further. That's the contents page. Character creation is about here. Okay, so we can't do that. There's no way to do that, the calculation for spells damage, because it's going to be different depending on what you're doing. So I have to leave that out. Oh well, okay. How do we get a space in there? I don't know, but apparently we do. Push this down. Okay, so I'm going to top out modifiers on this game, people. One of the things I liked about 5e was the fact that there was a complete limit on the number of times, well, you could push your ability scores up, and it would top out. You couldn't go to 30. I think that playable characters are probably better off never to be able to push beyond 20. That's my view. Fred, could we have a section in the Discord for solo play and NPC interactions where you could ask members to take on the role of an NPC for you? So basically in the Discord you want me to put down solo games or solo play. So prepare, cook and survive, I'm happy to put it in there. I just need to know specifically what I am calling it, so it's nice and obvious. Is it called solo play, or is it going to be called solo games? Like, that's all I need. Just give me an idea and I'll create it right now. It's fine, not an issue. Okay, so I need to insert a table in here, and we're going to go from 1 through to 20 for modifiers, and I have to include it here. So this was where it should really live. Is there an insert tool? Insert table. And no, that's the sort of table I would like. How many things do I need? I need to go 2 columns, and how many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So no, that's better. There we go. So 2 and 11. Okay. God, that's really big. Can I no. Can I change it? Can I bring it in a little bit? Well, I can bring that one in a little bit. That's probably a little bit too much. I probably shouldn't adjust it until I need to. Correct? That would be the smart thing to do. Is don't adjust until I'm ready. Solo play, adventure, advice, and help. Okay. All right. So give me a second, and I'll do that right now. So I'm going to go back to my face, so that you don't wind up seeing me doing all the fiddling about on Discord. And new. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be a text one, new channel, and it's called Solo. Can I see it from here? Solo play adventure advice and help. Oh, I didn't like that. Okay, so let's try this. And help. It's not a private channel. Create. Okay, it's done. It's built. For those of you who wanted it, you asked for it, you've got it. Okay, not a problem. Let me just go back to where I was working and try to get this done. Where is this? This is going to go here. Sweet. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Love it. So there are a whole lot of links that I have that I should probably put into that channel. But I'm in the middle of doing this. So, yeah, bear with me. I'll get back to it. So this is going to be score. Ability score, ability modifier. Come on, Fred. Ability score, ability modifier. Modifier. Okay. So we will highlight these. Bold it. Bold it. Bam. And then I put my numbers in. Let's move this out of the way. Let's get in the way here now. Like, move that. Sweet. Let's go. First number is, if you have a 1 and down, 2 to 3. 3, that's better. 4 to 5. 6 to 7. 8 to 9. 10 to 11. One of the reasons why I want to cap it off at 20 is just the fact that things just get kind of crazy after a while. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of ridiculous to be able to push a humanoid beyond 20. And I think older versions of the game said 18 was the kind of like the limit. Are you putting in the links now? Okay. So I had a whole bunch of links that people had sent me, but I put them in a different... I put all those links for solo play into a different channels. I think... Was it in a channel? I think it was in a channel. Or did somebody send it to me? I cannot remember. But I know I have a whole bunch of them somewhere. 14 to 15. Let's keep going. Why do I feel like I haven't got enough? Did I not count enough spaces? 16 to 17. Oh, there's something wrong. Oh, that's because I didn't count the header. That's why. Right. 18 to 19. And I actually have to... How do I do this? Is that how I do it? And then if I want to... Insert row below. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Okay, sweet. Thank you. 20 is the top. We're not going 21, we're just going to 20. Okay? I think it's just ridiculous to be going beyond that, so I'm not going to do it. Minus 5. Minus 5. Why did I put that and it not work out for me? Do I need a space there? No, I hate that. Let's minus 5. Minus 4. Minus 3. You guys recognize all of this. I recognize all of this. This is so familiar, isn't it not? That's 0. So we go plus 0, do we? Yes, we do. Come on. Stop it. Stop it. Plus 1. plus 2, plus 3, come on, last couple, plus 4, plus 5. 5. All right, now I need to shrink this little sucker. So I can grab this line and move it to about there. It's about there. There, okay, that's good. And then I grab this one and I move this to about there. Oh, that didn't work. What did I do wrong? I've made a mistake, or I have not. Oh, do I have to do this again? Okay. All right, that's better. Okay, so there's our table in. Far out. It's been a long time since I had to do anything like this. So, do I want them down the center? I probably do. And we can center it with this tool, isn't it, here? This is a centering tool. That looks better. We'll center this. And that will go to about there. And we will center it here. There we go. Alright, so I've got all the modifiers in there so you can actually calculate what the heck it is now, which you couldn't before, because I hadn't included it. Okay, gang, forgot I had to butcher number 10 of the chickens and for the dog. So, what is the topic I see? Yes, so I am currently putting in a table and just checking to make sure everything is in the right place, the way it's supposed to be. That's really what it is right now, is I'm not really doing rules, I'm actually just laying it out. And it's proven to be far more complicated than I ever expected it to be. So the table of contents is there. Do I want that to be bigger? I feel like it should be. I feel like the table of contents should be a bit larger. And what am I doing here? This is size 16, so I suppose we should go size 16. Is that the norm? Is it to keep consistent throughout your document? Okay, 16. So table of contents table, and then I put the page numbers in, and I've got that there. So the layout should be right. So let's have a quick peruse before I start putting numbers in. So yes, it's all good. Yes, it is. That's fine. That's fine. I could probably turn the contents page into an index as well. I could put everything in there. If there's anything that I've missed, I could include them now. What do I want to do that though? Okay. I am unsure. Do I do it? Do I do it? Tell me, people, should I just turn the contents page into an index? Because it's already 2 pages of a contents page. I've put pretty much everything into the contents page that you would need. Maybe I should just go full hog and make it do 2 things. That may well be the most sensible thing to do here. Okay. Did I add any? So in the first chapter, was there anything that I had missed? Really, I don't think there's anything in the first chapter that I missed. It's that one page. Okay. So then the next one, I've got all of that. Determining level, generating ability scores, variant ability score generation. That's probably the only thing under generating ability scores that is additional that I did not include. Option 1. No, I don't think I need to. I think it'll be fine. Let's just see if everything's pushed into the right place. Okay, that's all right. Okay, that's all right there. That's moved everything. Let's push this down 1. No, 2. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's all on one page now, so you can actually find it properly. That's all good. This has to be moved up. Come on. Really? Okay, that's in the right place. That's all there. That goes over to the other page. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is last chapter. Got everything there. Did I have all the formulas where I needed to have them? I'm just wondering if I have actually put the formulas in the... Because one of the things I was thinking about is I probably need to take the formulas out of the text. When I talk about formulas and how to calculate them, I probably need to have the formula in a bullet point in that section. Would that be about right? I think that is. Hi, Julius. It's all right. You're allowed to miss so much. I've been here for a while now. This is almost 3 hours in. I started at 10 a.m. in New Zealand, which would be, I think, 10 a.m. right now. And you're in, where are you living? East Coast. So that would be 8 o'clock if it's my 12 o'clock. So it would be 6 p.m. I started at 6 p.m. And what's this? Please, room and pamphlet for children to make immediate notes on. Tell them time, date, stamp their notes. Fine. Dear, you're funny. So yeah, I'm just looking at this and realizing that maybe one of the things I need to do is ensure that the formulas for anything that they have to calculate are easy to find. There's no formula for that, so we'll leave that alone. No formula here, no formula here. This is all descriptive text. That's all descriptive text. This is got to have a formula. So variant, unarmed strike, damage, option. A successful hit requires that 1 plus the strength or dexterity modifier, whichever is higher, is added together. The damage result is deducted from the creature or... Okay. Oh, I'm getting one of these in. I'm getting sick. I don't want to get sick. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, let's put the formula in. And I'll bullet point each one of them. Do I need to put a space underneath? Should there be a space between the text and the formula? Oh, I don't know. This is one of those things where convention is sort of, I guess, helpful. Determine a convention that's easy to read. Because one of the things I noticed with the 5e book is trying to figure out how you calculate something. Because the calculation is written into the text, it's confusing as hell. It's really awful. And so I'm a little worried that I'm doing the same thing. I've done exactly the same thing as stupid Wizard of the Coast has done. Okay, so I need to fix that. So I need to have a calculation, and I'll put a space. So I will spread it out. Let me do that now. A successful hit. Unarmed strike hit. A successful unarmed strike hit does damage. Hit does that hit that does that does damage requires that 1 plus the strength or dexterity modifier, whichever is higher, is added together. So so now I just need to turn it into an actual formula. What are you guys saying here? Okay. You're calling it see you later, prepare, cook and survive. I totally understand. Hey, thank you for all of your feedback, people. If anybody who's leaving, and thank you, prepare, cook and survive, and everybody else. If you have to go and it's late, I totally get it. If anything, those people here in the live stream right now are just ensuring that I finish this, because today should be the day. Correct? Today should be the day it gets finished. Hi, how's it going? Ah, dear. I would do mazes on the day and I can't watch live. No problems. It's all right. No problems. You don't have to watch live. That's why the blue line. Ah, okay, yes. A successful unarmed strike that does damage. Okay, so I think that's right. It is. Okay. Okay, so let's do the formula. Unarmed strike damage. Come on, Fred, get it right. Equals 1 plus copy this, paste it, full stop. Now, I'm just going to check because I remember there was a so that's really clear. So it's written and it's got a bit more detail in there, but it's actually a formula. Maybe I am duplicating myself too much, but maybe that's, I don't know. I'm thinking about this a lot more than I probably need to. No, I think the two sentences do need to exist. All right. Okay. Will do damage. Okay. Will do damage. Will do damage. Okay, all right, so I'm going to leave the formula in, I'm going to leave the sentence in because it does give you additional information in the sentence and it does give you the second sentence is also required. Okay, spell damage. Magic spells that do damage can be either an attack dice roll or a saving throw dice roll. Depending on the spell description, each spell will have its own details on what damage dice to roll and if a modifier is added to the damage dice. So there's no formula for them, so I'll leave that alone. Weapon damage is different. We definitely need to have a little formula in there. Why did I highlight this? I don't know why I highlighted this. For some reason I did. Unbold it. Okay. So I'm going to put a bullet point down here. So weapon damage equals weapon damage dice plus, come on, plus either of these. Copy. I'm going to put these in as for quality of life and easy to understand. Okay. I think that's where my head is with this right now. Is like quality of life, easy to pick it out, easy to understand what's going on. Okay, so that's that. There's no formula written into here. It's only there and there, so that's fine. Okay, and I will go up. Is there any more formulas? This is not a formula, Probably would be helpful to bold these though, I think. If I bold these, they'll stand out a little bit better. So you can see what the DC 5, DC 10, DC 15, DC 20, DC 25, and DC 30 would be the highest one. That's all fine. We'll leave all that. Okay. All right, so I don't need a formula for that. Spell casting. Okay. Okay, so see the paragraph on making attacks, saving throws, and I haven't included ability tests. Okay. Attack rolls. Ability rolls. Tests. Is that ability rolls? I think it's ability roll. Ability check, isn't it? All right, I'm going to take another quick break, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to finish this, and I'm going to put all the page numbers in. 5 minutes and I'm back. Here I am. Okay, back into the fray. Line this up. Okay. Next. I need to give them a page number for here. I probably should. We'll see how we go. Do I write it in now? See pages, question mark. Okay. Right. Critical hit. No, critical hit does not have a formula, so I don't have to worry about that. Attacking, making attack does have, but that's not for the formula. The formulas are already in, I'm pretty sure. That's for damage. I can probably put the formula in here as well, can I not? Is there any point in doing that? Yes. No, I'll leave that alone. Keep going. Yes, movement, yeah, no formula, no formula, no formula. Oh, hang on, there is a formula for this. So this initiative does have a formula, so I should probably put the formula in. If you're going to use it, you might as well have it ready to go. So let's do that. So initiative equals, what is it? Oh. Initiative equals, what are we doing here? 20-sided. Dice roll plus, and we're using either one of these. So copy, paste, modifier. Okay, that's in. That's done. So that's the formula for that. Making an attack. Okay. Damage, hit, attack. Okay. All right. Next one. Turn order. No, that's fine. There's no formula. Is this a formula as well? I think this might have a formula as well. So this is a dexterity dice roll test for a monster. It's hiding compared with a wisdom dice roll test. So dexterity dice roll test, wisdom dice roll test. Okay. No, I think that's going to be. This is a variant for ambushing. And I've simply made it a DC rather than a contest. Okay, I see what I've done here. So it's not really a formula as such. Do I need to do anything with this? Interesting. Let's put it in as a formula. I don't know that it's necessarily. Is it overkill? It probably is. What's the best way to write this? This is the hassle here. The difficulty class target number for a character or monster sneaking or hiding is always 1 plus the enemy's wisdom dice roll result. No, I'm going to leave that alone. It's going to just cause too many hassles. Next, ambush. No, it's pretty simple. That's fine. Combat fighting steps. We've got that there. That's all fine. Okay. All right. Combat. No, that's fine. Not a formula. That's fine. Not a formula. Okay. That's a system. I don't think that it's got a formula that I need to worry too much about. It's going to be too hard to do it as a armor class can have a formula, and it does have a formula. So I need to make sure I put the formula in. This is on page 16, and I'm pretty sure I determined the full potential armor class formula way back. So page 16, where are we? Character creation. Quick guide, where is it? Here it is. There's the full formula there. Copy, and we go to 16. And there's armor class right there. Okay, so let's put the formula here as well, because it's under armor class. And that's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to look like this. Good, that's better. Yes. Keep moving everything around, don't I? Okay. I should have put all the formulas in beforehand. No, there's no formula, but there's a scale, and I've put the scale in, so that's not necessary to worry about. Variant spell attack bonus. Add a character or monster's dexterity bonus and spell attack. Okay, so that's a variant one. Do I want to put the formula in for the variants? No, I don't. I'm going to leave the formulas for variants alone, I think. Spell attack roll. Attempt to maximally hit with a signal of force to reduce hit points with spells or magic. Is a ranged melee or spell attack depending on the type of spell. Using intelligence, wisdom, when making attacks. So I just need to put in the actual formula for doing it. So let's do that. Okay. Yes. A lot more work than I had expected, but it's coming along. So this is spell attack, copy, and it is that I have the spell attack thing formula worked out. I'm pretty sure I had it already worked out. Make sure I'm duplicating something. 15. Where are we? There it is. 15. It is here. So that's copy. And back to 15. Okay. Paste. But I have to add in the 20-sided dice roll, don't I? Did I say this? Is a 20-sided dice plus intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier. That's it. Okay, so that's that formula done. Whew, okay, we're getting there. This is unarmed strikes. It's weapon attack, close attacks, attack rolls. Okay. So the formula for these are all going to be very, very similar, but I will include each one of them. Okay, so this is, or do I need to do that? Is it necessary? Ranged. It's the same each time. I can probably put it straight under here. Okay, that's what I'll do, because it's really the same formula each time. I'm not using a different formula. So the formula doesn't need to keep changing all the time, does it? It just needs to be the one attack, and I can stick it here. So this is page 15, my space, and I go back. What did I use? No, yes. So copy 15. Okay. Spell attack, that's that's that. Okay, so actually making the attack roll test. Paste. Get rid of this. So this is attack roll or test equals okay, getting there, right? Okay, that's fine. Pardon me. That's the test. Saving throws. Saving throws are going to look very, very similar, but not exactly the same. So, bit of a formula for that. What does it look like? Okay. Sheesh. Copy. We'll do this. So saving throw. Throw equals. Come on. Saving throw equals. Roll a d20 plus, and the various abilities that we have, and it's really just a modifier, so it's going to be all of these. Copy, paste. Or charisma modifier. Because in most cases, if I remember right, saving throws, I'm not adding anything onto it, so it's really simple. And let's bullet point that so it stands out. Let's bullet point that because I didn't bullet point it. It's that one. It's that one. That's already done. No, that's not done. Armor class. It's a formula. Bullet point it. Okay. Yes, initiative's there. Damage coming up shortly. Damage is done. Okay. Alright, so I'm sorry if I'm really quiet, but I'm feeling like I'm pretty close to finished, so I want to just get it done and dealt with. And that is there, that's there, that's there. No formulas in this section. All the formulas required there are done. These are just for your bonuses. Saving throw modifier. Oh, I said additional modifiers, didn't I? Oh, okay. Saving throw, copy. Plus additional modifiers. Really, everything is going to have an potentially have an additional modifier. That's the thing, isn't it? Even an attack. Oh, okay. Hashtag. All right. Additional modifier. Okay, so attack bonus plus additional modifiers. No, that's a minus, not minus. It's plus. Plus additional modifiers plus additional modifiers plus additional modifiers. Okay. Come on. Okay, so the word additional modifiers really needs to go into each formula, because there will always be additional modifiers of some kind, potentially, or none at all. Okay, all right. Yes, okay, so we will do that. That's that one. That's the generation stuff. We don't need to worry about that. We keep going, keep going. It's generation stuff. That's not formulas. It's general rules. It's advantage, disadvantage. Ability checks. Okay, an ability check or a okay, so this is, I haven't got a formula for that there, but I do have the formula here for a saving throw, so we add in that, paste it. We can take this and just call that an ability, because that's exactly the same formula. Yeah, it is exactly the same formula, so let's just go paste. And I just need to put in, where is it? Ability check. Equals roll a d20 plus strength, dexterity, modifier plus decay. So that's nice and clear. And down. That's all fine. That's all fine. That's all fine. We've got additional modifiers there. There'll be additional modifiers in this one as well. Attack roll, test roll, potentially. So I just need to make this. Oi, oi, oi. Right, okay. Okay, for the 6 of you who are still here, it's like ASMR. Yes, it is. Very much Buried Axe. Very much. It's just, yeah, I've just got to make sure I remember that when you do this, you may have additional modifiers that I haven't tied into the basic game. And I completely forgot that I need to make sure I had that there. But it is there now. And the bullet point, even if you can't, it's not clear from the text when I've described it, the little formula line should do all of the work for you in terms of the maths. So close, ranged, that's attack rolls. We've got that one done. We don't have to worry about that. Spell attack will have the same thing. There will be a bonus potentially from something else, but not necessarily. Yes, yes, yes. Variant bonus stuff. We don't need to do the formula for that. That's not necessary. That would just confuse things, so I'll leave it alone unless somebody says, oh, this is the first draft. I've got to be careful. This is the problem, is I could easily wind up saying, oh, there's this and that and da-da-da-da-da, and wind up with right, killing myself. Like, it's the first draft, right? I need to be, I want it to be usable, but I'm also aware of I might go down a rabbit hole. It'd be very easy to go down a rabbit hole right now, I suspect. If I haven't already. It's that's on a new page now. Oh, this is the last chapter though. At least I'm getting around it fast enough now. That's an improvement. No. Yes, plus additional initiative. You might have additional modifiers. I don't know. It depends, I guess, what you decide to do with it. Let's put that in. Standard critical hits. No, not necessary. Not necessary. Damage rolls here, plus additional modifiers may be applied, but you won't necessarily know what they are. Okay, it's in. Again, this is unarmed strikes plus additional modifiers if you've got any. Let's close up that space. Okay. All right. Shosh. Okay, let's see if I can put this together. How's it going, Jay Birmingham? How are you? All right, so it looks to me like I can, at this point, probably get away with doing the page references. Would you believe it? So page reference for this one is page 22. 22 is resting. Let's put some numbers down here. 22 resting. Death is 22. Free actions are still on page 22, I believe. 22. Other combat actions is that 21 now? I think it is 21. 21. The variant or unarmed strikes. So that is going to be on page 21 as well. Spell damage should be 21. Weapon damage is 21 still. Calculating damage is on a hit is still. Oh, sheesh. Come here. No, don't. Oh, God. Stop it. Stop moving around. Okay. Here we go. Other. It's 21. Okay. That's 22. That's 21. Okay, so it's still all right. I haven't messed it up. Thought I had. So 21. Variant narrative magic is on page 20. I'm sorry that it's got longer than I thought it would be, but obviously I needed to use the space. Still on page 20. Shh, laugh out loud, yeah. JB, Fred's reviewing his complete booklet. Yeah, like you guys are going to have to keep yourselves entertained because I am trying to put the page numbers in, and I could easily get messed up. I really apologize right now. It must be so exciting to see somebody indexing a sodding pamphlet, like, and it's terrible. The things I put you through, people, really. Actions and combat, that's a 19. It's on 19 as well. Movement is 19. Game turn order is 19. Do we have initiative on 19 or is it all over the place? No, turn order is actually on page 9. Okay, it is turn order is on 19 as well. Lovely. Okay, it's all sort of in one place. I don't think I was necessarily planning for that. Ambushing is, I'm pretty sure it's 18. 18. Combat steps. What are the ambush? We got that there. Ambush steps. This is still on 18. Okay, so those are all 18 steps, and combat in the game is 18. All right. I am not entertained. I would not be entertained by this. No. No, look, right now, all you guys are doing, you're sitting there ensuring that I finish it. Because that is the biggest problem right now, is I will not finish it. Page 18. Page 18. Dear. Ambushing is 18. Page 19. We're on to 19 now. Don't mess it up, Fred. Don't you mess it up. Page 19. Movement. Okay. Movement is 19. Page 19. Page 19. What are we on to next? Is it still 19? Yes, we're still on 19. Okay. Page 19. Now we're on to page 20, aren't we? So that's critical hits. Page 20. Page 20. Narrative is under 20 as well. Come on. Calculating damage. Where are you? You are on 21. So I need to put my pen underneath there so I don't miss it. Page 21. Can you imagine what it must be like to actually index anything? It must be just torturous, I would say. Torturous. Page 21. Other combat actions is 21. Okay. 21. Okay, so in free actions, it goes 22. So that's the end of the document after that. 22. Page 22. 22, yes. Page 22. Nipple magic missile. Really? Into the darkness. He figured out where his mind benders. Yes, yeah, no. I'm aware you guys distract me really, really well. You're brilliant at it. Okay, so now chapter 4. Where the heck is chapter 4? Where did I write down all the stuff for chapter 4? Chapter 4. Here we go. Chapter 4. Now I just need to find all the stuff for chapter 4. Why am I going backwards? I don't understand why I'm going backwards. I'm working through the document backwards. How did I work through the document backwards? Why did I think that was a good idea? What an idiot I am. I'm such a nincompoop. Chapter 2. I don't know, what did I do with this brain of mine? It's insanity. Okay, let's... Chapter 1. Apparently I haven't written anything down, so I have to figure out which ones it is. So it's page 4. Almost all of it, and then it goes methods of play. 4, and then it goes to 5. 5. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Okay, 5. 4, and then 5. What does it... Okay, so let's just do this. Scroll. Hashtag page 4. Far out. Page 4. No. Don't do that. Page 4. And then is it methods of play? I'm pretty sure it's methods of play after that. It's page 5. Methods of play is 5. So the last ones are 5. Yay. Okay. Page 5. Not 6, page 5. Oh my gosh. Page 5. Well, I'm going to say hooray, man, because if I'm doing this, it means that I'm near the end, because you never do this until the very end, right? So that's a boon. That means it's going to be finished in the next, I don't know, period of time. Some sort of period of time. It's very, very close. All right, so the chapter 2, I've actually written down chapter 2, so I can actually figure out where all of those page numbers for everything is. So that's something. Right. Chapter 2. Where are you, chapter 2? No, that's not chapter 2. Is that supposed to be like that? It is supposed to be like that. Okay, all right. Is everything in the right place? Yes, it is. Okay, so character creation. What is this page? Into my dark mind. It is page 7 for character creation process. 7. Followed by selecting and determining a level is 7. Followed by generating ability scores, which is on page 8. It's actually on page 8 to 9, isn't it? Is that what it's... No, it's on page 7. Oh, it's 7 to 8. Okay. Selecting a background. Where is that? Somewhere. 8. Backgrounds on 8. Race and species is on 8. Class is on 8 through to, I think it's 9, isn't it? Looks to me like it is 9. Selecting the equipment stuff is 9. Powers is 9, and I don't think it goes on to another page, but you never know. No, it doesn't. Calculating hit points and health point. Yeah, so that's actually stayed on one page. It's actually on 9. Wow, amazing. +1 hoorays. Yes, I want a +1 hooray on Fred might actually get it done today. Because, God blimey, has it been a long time or what? All right, 10. That's for armor class. Character advancement is 10. Stop it. 10. Got it. Sweet. We'll need to look at some free word processing programs. Long ago, you could code the index references so that they automatically updated page references. 1984 word star. As you edit, the page numbers can move. Yeah, no, exactly. This is one of the things that I was worried about. I'm just doing this for the draft because I will send this to my brother, and he's a professional at doing all this sort of stuff. So he'll be able to sort all that out. He's got access to software that I don't have any idea how to use. So so don't worry quite so much about that. But for those of you who find that I've laid things out, put things in the wrong place in terms of page numbering, or if I haven't put page references in when I should have, you'll just have to let me know. But like I said, this will all get sent off to somebody who actually turns it into a book, rather than silly old me. He doesn't really know how to do that sort of stuff. Ability scores. Generating ability scores is on pages 7 to 8. Backgrounds. Page, where is it? Here we go. Page 8. All right. Race. Species. Page 8. Next one. Class is 8 and 9. So pages 8 to 9. Equipment. Where are we? Equipment is 9. Oh, look at it. It's happening. It's getting closer. Spells and powers is 9. Hit points. Calculating that. Page. That's not the word page, Fred. Page 9. And then the last two will be page 10. 10. Why do I suddenly have this terrible feeling in my gut like I've made some horrible mistake? Why am I stressing so much? Okay. So, now I need to... Where's this? So chapter 3. Did I have chapter 3 written down? Probably not, because it's got hardly anything to it, right? Chapter 3. Let's note down chapter 3. It's nice and simple. Ability scores. Ability modifier. And then it's the three threes. Dex. And not con. Oh shit. Oh shizers. Have I missed something? I have. Oh shit, it's gonna move everything. Oh no. No. I forgot to put Constitution. Oh, please don't laugh. Had to pay for Word. They surprised me as in the last couple of laptops it was pre-installed as Office. Tell me that I haven't balls this up. Constitution. Int, wisdom, and charisma. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's, well, I have ballsed up any of those previous chapters. I will only know if I have a look. It's moved by one line. Moved by one line. That was all it was. What was I thinking? Okay, so it's not a disaster. It actually should not have affected it because I had so much space between it. Man, I was freaking out. I can tell you now, I was ready to have an embolism. Okay. Did I need to do anything? Oh, no, that's right. Oh, did I put a formula in for the hit points, did I? Did I put a formula in for calculating armor class? Calculating armor class is there, but it's already in the other thing. Did I need to have armor class here? Oh, shizers. This is, oh. Oh, bum. Bumsy, bumsy, bumsies. I'm going to say it now. Bum. Where is it? So I did armor class hit points. So the formula I probably should have included there. Copy. Oh well. Alright. Thought I was going to make it through here without too many revisions. No. No, it's on the next page. Fine. Fine, you're on the next page, you silly thing. Full stop. Take this. Shove it there. Okay. Alright, next. Alright. It's not thrown me out completely, which is at least something. Because there's space between the chapters. Kind of handy. And then armor class, that's a saving throw, that's the armor class there. Copy. There is so much to think about when you're doing something like this. Okay, that's that. So that means that I haven't actually messed this up, because that will just go back into place. Yep, because there was a bit of space. I'm so glad I left some space between them and I didn't just try to run them all into each other. That would have been a disaster. Oh, yeah. That was, oh, no. Oh, man. Stress. Tell ya. PowerPoint and Excel. I don't know. What do you say? What do you say when you're doing... And indexing has got to be one of the worst parts of it, because you've got to make sure the book is completely laid out right. And then modifiers, that's 11. And it's all on page 11 for all of this. Yes, it is. Strength is on the appropriate page. Is that? No, that's all fine. So strength is on page 11. Yes, it is. Which means... dexterity is 12, so is con, dexterity 12, con is 12, intelligence and wisdom and charisma all on page 12. Sweet! Alright. Let's plug that in. There. That's page 11. Page 11, strength is page 11, page 12. You probably would have been like, Fred, you've missed in your contents page the Constitution. Do you remember Constitution, Fred? How long have you been playing the game? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, many years. But I had forgotten that there was Constitution, and that Constitution should be in the contents page. Page 12. Okay. All right, so indexing, or sorry, contents page and indexing all in one, and we've done this first chapter, second chapter, third chapter, the last chapter's done, which means I only have to do chapter 4. Where are you, chapter 4? You scumbag of a thing. Come here. Chapter 4. Not chapter 4. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Looking all good so far. Oh, what the heck is going on there? Is there a space that shouldn't live there? There is. Alright. Okay. Where's chapter 4? That's chapter 5. I've gone past chapter 4. What was chapter 4 again? Game mechanics. Basic game mechanics. Is there a space here? No, there isn't. Ha ha ha. Right, so this is... got to go, fellowship. No problems. Hey, thank you for hanging out. Make font larger, not smaller. Yeah. Yeah, I have to make it this large so I can read it. Otherwise, I can't actually read what's going on. I'll see you later, Julius. Just change the font of paint. No, I'm not doing that. Okay, 13. 13 is game mechanics. 13 is general. Managing fractions, I think, is on the same page. Advantage, disadvantage on the same page. Does it cross over to a different page? No, it doesn't. Ability checks does go from page 13 to 14. No, that's fine. Okay, saving throws is on page 14 only. Kind of handy that worked out. Attack rolls, there's a space here. Get that up there. Okay. So I haven't disastrously messed up everything, which is fortunate. 15. So now I said head melee, but it's close attacks, isn't it? Nowadays, it's now 15. 15 ranged. 15 spell. 15 attacks. That's that one. Well, how did that happen? What did I do there? Okay, push that down. Okay. Okay, so that's... Spell attacks go from 15 to 16, isn't it? 15 to 16. Difficulty class is on 16. Couple more. Armor class is now 16. And I did not include the variant thing. Why did I want to do? I didn't do that for a reason. Is that going to be one up being a mistake? I don't know. Why is that spacing like that? That's not right. That's okay. That's why it's supposed to be on the same page. Okay, fine. That is a 16 for rolling a 20 on a 20-sided dice. Rolling a 1 is on page 17. Okay. Which means I should have a blank page here, and all of this should be sitting in the right... It is! It's in the right place. Combat starts on 18. So that, if I go back up, should not have changed. Combat, 18. It is. It's not all screwed up. Wow! Alright. Okay. Last one. 13. General rules, page 13. Page 13 for fractions. Advantage, disadvantage, where are you? You're 13 as well. Page 13. And then we go into ability checks. So ability checks is a little bit tricky because it goes pages 13 to 14. And then saving throw. Page 14. Okay. Page 15 for... what is this? Is that attack rolls? It is. It is attack rolls. Okay, good. No! Attack rolls and then close attacks. Is it melee close attacks 15? Ranged. Let's put that there. It's page, whatever you call it. It's a page of something. It's a page 15. Okay. Spells. Pages. Yeah, it's 15 to 16. Okay, yeah. And then these ones here. Difficulty class. Okay, so I need to make sure I don't mess that last little bit up. Page 16. Armor class, page 16. And rolling a 20 is page 16. And the last one is page 17. Okay, all right. So that's that. Let's have a look at this. The landlord and lady home, no problems. You go to find instruction pamphlet for my AC. It's hot in here. No problems. You do that. Okay, I am pretty confident now that this is correct. I'm going to review it one more time. Got all the page numbers in. Make sure there's no... Oh, there's a space there. That shouldn't be there. That should be gone. That's all correct. That's all correct. That's all correct. Is there space here? No, there isn't. It's in the right place. Correct. Yes, yes, yes. That's not there. That should be down. Otherwise, it screws everything else up. That's all good. That's all good. That's all good. Examples. We've got the examples. We've got this. We've got that. We've got advancements. No, that's fine. That's all stayed where it's supposed to be. That's all fine. That's all in the right place. With the formulas as well. Okay, and then is there a space? No, there isn't. That's good. That's correct. And we're on the last chapter. It's all yes, 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 yes. Oh, what was it? Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Ha! All right. Cool. Shit. Oh my God. Okay. It's top of the hour. So what I'm going to do, people, is so that I actually get it done, I'm just going to do it now. I'm going to go here and let's go there. What is that? What was I trying to do here? I was trying to, one, throw the dice thing in here, but also change over my screen, wasn't I? Let's go pump that in there. All right. If you haven't signed up to the dice thing, go sign up. Now, I need to do this. Back to where I was. Let's turn this now. What's the deal with this thing? Is there a way of no? Is there a watermark section here? Spell count? No. Word count. Who cares about the word count? Citations, link, objects, dictionary, translate, view. Notification setting, preferences. No, I don't want any of that. Formatting. Indenting. No, not clear. Page orientation. No. Header. Bullet. No. Text. No. I don't know. What do you call it? Something? Add a paragraph. Add a keeper. Something like that. Insert. What are things can we insert? We can't. I don't want to insert any of that. Don't table, no drawing, a table, chart, no. Smart clips, no. Building blocks, footnotes, drop down. Oh, watermark. Here we go, watermark. We'll watermark it. Do I really want to put, I just want to put a text watermark in. Draft. There it is. It's draft. Okay. Done. Question, people. If I put a watermark where I've put it, is it going to screw everybody up in terms of where... Oh, let's get rid of this. Is it going to screw everybody up if I put it there, or do you want me to reposition the watermark somewhere else? Because that's a good question to ask. Because it looks like I can reposition the watermark. Insert, bookmark, watermark. So I've currently got a watermark, but I can put the watermark here like that. That would be awful. That's not what we want. That's better. Okay. Diagonally, horizontally. Nah, diagonally. I suppose diagonally looks better. Because it's supposed to be a draft, isn't it? So let's draft it that way. Please let me know if I need to change it. Transparency, can I change the transparency? I can make it lighter. Oh, can I? I can too. I don't want to make it too dark because it's kind of off-putting when you're trying to read it. Let's get to a point where it's not too offensive in terms of having the word draft through the document. I think probably about there. It's still got draft on it. Looks fine. Okay, all right. I'm going to leave it quite minimal, the draft on it. I'm going to leave it very, very minimal so it doesn't... I still want you to be able to read it clearly. I don't want it to mess with you. So if you're happy with what you see right now, that's the level. I'll leave it in the middle in terms of transparency. It'll make it diagonal. It's just the word draft. It's not going to be bolded or anything like that. That's how we'll leave it. Okay. All right. So let's make this a PDF. Download as a PDF. Did I do this correctly or did I screw it up? I screwed it up, didn't I? I can see it now. It'll have two hashtags. Two hashtags. Why do I need to keep the two hashtags? I don't want to keep the two hashtags. So that was stupid. Let's get rid of the two hashtags. Why would I keep the hashtags there? Makes no sense. Let's go up and get rid of the hashtags. Let's get rid of the hashtags. Let's go into my files and get rid of this silly thing and just dump that and try again. Let's try to actually do this properly. Where are we? There. Now I'll make a PDF. Save PDF. Okay. Right, so I should be able to go in and open the PDF and it should look right. Open with Google. Okay. So this is the PDF. And let's, can I just, page 1, 2, 3. There's no art in here, by the way, at present. That's fine. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. There. It's all fine. It's a lot of information in here. And then the next one. Last chapter. Okay. All good. That's done. Don't want that. Okay, cool. It doesn't interfere. Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Is I don't want the draft through it to interfere with your ability to actually see what's on the document, because that would just suck. All right, it's top of the hour, but I'm not taking a break because now let's see if this is going to work. I don't know how well it will. All right, there you go. There's Patreon. Do I need to know about any of this sort of stuff? Okay, somebody likes something that I put up there. That's nice. Okay, so let's go into main page. Scroll down. And, well, none of that really matters at this point. Let's just create. And it's text. And let's Copy. Paste. Draft 1. Draft 1. There we go. Here is the first, come on, first draft of, let's go here, Mazes and Monstrosities, the tabletop role-playing game rule set. Please leave feedback in the comment section. Okay, let's go in there. Yeah, all the pages are correct. They're all lined up. So yeah, I think the good thing is at least I did not try to run all the chapters together, and there was a little bit of left over in each page. So there's some pages that are quite blank, and because it's a draft and there's going to be artwork added anyway, it won't matter quite so much. So I imagine the indexing might change once Sam adds artwork to it. More than likely it will, because he will have to rearrange things. But yeah, all the index paging referencing should be still correct. Okay, so this is, let's find the document, upload it, make it public to anybody, and now I just need to type in a lot of tag words. So Mazes and Monstrosities. Monstrosities. I suppose we could spell it a couple of different ways. Mazes and Monstrosities. Strosities. All right, so this should be available in the next few minutes once I get this typed in. What's the next thing I need to put in here? God darn it. Tabletop role-playing game. Come on, draft. Draft. Rule set. What other tags? Because when you go into my, eventually it will sort of drop down below, and we need to be able to find it easily. So I'm just thinking in terms of that. Draft rules. Draft rules. No, that's not what I'm going to say, Fred. Draft rules. Enter. Get rid of that one. I guess put mazes, monsters, monstrosities, come on, you, monstrosities, monstrosities. Okay. What else do I need to type in here? Rules. It might be rules. Role set. Basic rules. Basic rule set. What else? Basic TTRPG. I guess. What else do I need to type in here so you can find it later on? Is anybody else can think of any tag names? What sort of tag names do I need to make sure to include in here for you so you can find the thing? What tag names? The search engine on Patreon is actually very good, I've discovered. And so if I tag things right on properly, you can usually go into the search bar and find anything, no matter where it winds up being eventually. So that's kind of useful. Where else? Here's first draft. I guess role-playing game. No, there's a lot of different stuff here, but role-playing game is probably good enough. Tags. New RPG. New role-playing game. No. Game. What else? New tabletop role-playing game. Kids role-playing game. No. New Dungeon Masters. What else? New players. I haven't got a new players. Tag that in. What else would we potentially need to put in here? New RPG players. New, I guess, D&D players. Because really it's just D&D. New D&D players. Have I got everything? Okay, I can add more tags later, I guess. So let's publish this little shizer. And there we go. It's done. Took a little while to get there, but the first draft is now up. And my phone is buzzing, and that's why you can hear the funny noise, because it's telling me that I've just put this up. Okay. And so we will take that link off there. Copy. You do not need to pay me for this, people. Okay. I'm happy for you to just download the thing and try it out. So let's jump over to here so you don't wind up seeing all sorts of silly things going on the screen. And paste the link. Patreon. Hashtag. Free mazes and monstrosities. 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 It's not right, Fred. Monstrosities. Tabletop role-playing game rules. Okay. I think that has done it. Okay. All right, let me take a breath for a moment. Because I honestly, this is a mission. I totally see why it takes so long to do this, and this is not even with all classes and so forth built for you. I've done a very rudimentary sort of setup where you really are using it to make your own game. That's what we're doing here. Okay, so this is, I guess, the opportunity I have to. Am I pressing the button to record, or do I bother? I'm now wondering about that. Hang on, I'm going to grab my hat. Nobody knows about it unless I advertise it, right? Okay, let's advertise the little thing. Okay, let's advertise. Let's go. No. Pardon me. Can I zoom out more? More. More. Too much. Okay. Let's do that. Let's get that screen there. Let's get my head. Let's make it bigger. Grab that thing, stick that right there. And flick it over to here. All right. Whew. Deep breath. Hi everyone. Here is Mazes and Monsters, the tabletop role-playing game, first draft for a very basic, stripped-down version, essentially, of Dungeons and Dragons. And it's there for you to play with your kids. It should be able to be played with a 5-year-old. It should be able to be played with new people. And you should be able to tack any rules you like onto this thing and it still work. Have a good time. It's free on Patreon. You do not need to pay a single thing. Feel free to leave me some feedback. Be gentle. That's all I have to say. And I'm done. All right. I am so tired. But I'm glad it's all worked out in the end. And you've seen me put it up, so you know it's not gonna not get done. It's been done. You see, I put it up there. It's there. Okay, people? It's up and available. You can now download it. It's yours to try out and see what you think. And hopefully it allows you to do what you need to do with the kids that you're playing with, or making up your own system and building on that, since you've now got the structure there. Yeah, all the best with that. Now, what's happening next week? So next Friday, I've got 2 more weeks before I go on holiday. So because I've got 2 more weeks before I go on holiday, and during my holiday, I'm going to be painting on the channel with my brother. I'm not going to be painting. My brother will do the painting. I'll do the talking with him. Okay, that's really the intention behind that. It'll be quite a lot earlier than I normally run my live stream, but that's beside the point. The point is, next week, next Friday, I'm going to be covering one of the player handbooks for Dungeons and Dragons. It's an older one. Okay, so it would be this book. I've been slowly but surely working my way through this monster, trying to figure out what I need to say about it. It's a very different animal compared to AD&D or Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition. So that is what I'm going to talk about next Friday. And the Friday after that, we're going to start working our way through the different classes. I'm going to start building classes on the channel. I don't know how easy that's going to be. I've got some of the structure there already, and I just need to sort of focus down on the bits and pieces that are important, and hopefully it all works out. So thank you for hanging out with me for how many hours have we been here? A long time. Anyway, I've got to go. I'm tired. You're tired. So thank you to all of my patrons who support me on Patreon, and thank you to everybody who's been part of the live stream today. Whether you commented or answered some of the polls or put your feedback into the chat, or you just watched and you didn't put any feedback in there, it's fine. If you're rewatching this, you are a trooper, because it's a long live stream. Well done. You are amazing. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, or the wee early morning, or potentially something else, I don't know. Maybe you're traveling through time. Please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.